chosen one. Pause right here. The scroll of heaven has opened before your eyes. And whether you realize it or not, this moment was written long before your first breath. You did not stumble here by accident. The very algorithm that delivered this message has been overridden by divine purpose. You are being interrupted by heaven itself. Something inside you senses this truth. You feel it, don't you? That quiet pull in your spirit, that gentle yet undeniable knowing. This message is for me. You have heard that inner voice before. Late at night, when the world went silent, it whispered in your exhaustion, in your pain, in your questioning. And now it speaks again. You were never ordinary. You were always chosen. Your life has carried weight others could not see. You have walked through fires that would have consumed many. You have endured betrayal, loneliness, misunderstanding, and seasons where even prayer felt heavy. Yet, through it all, something within you refused to die. That was not luck. That was preservation, divine preservation, like gold hidden beneath layers of earth. Your value was never visible to the casual eye. You were buried for refinement, not punishment. Every delay, every heartbreak, every silent night was God shaping endurance into your bones. There's a story of a young woman named Mara. She once begged heaven to remove her storms, but the storm stayed. One night, standing under cold rain, she cried out, "Why won't you deliver me?" And a still, deep voice answered, "I am not removing the storm. I am teaching you to walk on the waves." From that moment, Mara stopped asking to be rescued. Instead, she learned to rise. Years later, she became the voice that lifted others who were drowning in despair. You are walking that same path now. Your storms are not curses, they are classrooms. When life grows dark and heavy, imagine this: a single candle flickering in an endless cave. Every gust of wind that tries to snuff it out only makes the flame bend. Never break. That candle is you. Every blow of adversity reveals your resilience. The darkness can surround you, but it cannot swallow you. This is why heaven interrupts you today, because your time of hiding is over. The purpose you have carried quietly is ready to emerge. You were not built for mediocrity. You were not designed to live half awake. You carry within you a sound, a light, a frequency that creation itself recognizes. Listen carefully. The greatest threat to your destiny has never been failure. It has been distraction. The enemy of calling is not always chaos. Sometimes it's comfort. The world lulls you to sleep with noise, screens, and endless scrolling, hoping you'll forget that eternity is written inside you. But not today. Today, heaven has called your name aloud. You are standing at the edge of awakening. This is not a motivational talk. This is a divine confrontation. You cannot go back to who you were before this moment. The Word of God declares in the book of Isaiah, chapter 60, verse 1, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." That is not poetry. It is a summons. Heaven is commanding your spirit to rise, to remember who you are, to reclaim what was stolen by doubt and delay. You don't have to know the entire plan. You only need to say yes to the next step. Each act of obedience opens another door. Each small yes unlocks a greater purpose. Right now, heaven is still watching. Angels lean in. Your destiny waits for your decision. If something within you is stirring, don't silence it. Respond. Not because of emotion, but because your spirit recognizes truth. Take a moment. Breathe. Let peace settle in. Then, if this message speaks to you, leave a comment with the number 111, not as superstition, but as a prophetic signal that you are awake. Click like if you feel the fire rising again. Share this message to awaken another soul who needs this word. And subscribe to stay aligned with what heaven is speaking in this season. This is your moment of turning. Heaven interrupted you because your story isn't finished. It's just beginning. You stand here, trembling between what has been and what could be. Do not rush away from this stillness. Linger in it. The same presence that parted seas and raised the dead now hovers near you. The air itself seems thicker with meaning. Like eternity has leaned in close. Something is shifting in the unseen. Can you feel it? The road ahead will not promise comfort, but it will promise clarity. Every step you take in obedience will light the next stone beneath your feet. Do not wait to feel ready. Readiness is born in movement. Destiny never waits for perfect timing. It responds to faith. If fear whispers that you are too small, too late, too flawed, remember, vessels are not chosen for polish but for capacity. What you carry inside you is more valuable than the pain you've endured. You are not behind schedule. You are right on divine time. Look around. Someone near you needs the courage you're about to display. Your obedience will echo beyond your own life. Each act of faith becomes a spark that can ignite awakening in someone else's darkness. You were never chosen just to survive. You were chosen to lead others out. So lift your eyes. Straighten your shoulders. Let the residue of old battles fall away. Heaven is rewriting your story. And this moment is the ink of new beginnings. Now go. Chosen one, carry the flame forward. Speak light where others speak fear. Live loud enough that angels take note. And let the world witness what happens when destiny finally meets surrender. You were marked long before you understood the meaning of being chosen. Before your name was ever spoken by human lips, it was whispered in heaven. The blueprint of your existence was not drafted in haste. It was written with precision and intention. Every breath, every scar, every unanswered question was woven into a design too vast for mortal understanding. There is something sacred about being chosen before birth. It means your life was never about chance. It was about calling. While others wandered without direction, you carried an invisible seal upon your soul. People may have looked at you and seen nothing extraordinary, yet the spiritual realm always recognized your presence. You could walk into a room and feel the atmosphere shift, not because of what you did, but because of what you carried, even as a child. You sensed you were different. You noticed things others overlooked. You felt deeply, questioned constantly, and carried burdens that seemed too heavy for your age. There were moments when you tried to silence that difference, to blend in, to be normal, but normalcy never fit you. Like a lion trying to live among sheep, your nature could not be contained. You may remember those early rejections, those moments when others turned away because they could not understand you. They laughed at your sensitivity, mistook your discernment for weakness, and your compassion for naivety. But heaven was protecting something in you that had not yet matured. The isolation you felt was not punishment, it was preservation. God often hides his rarest treasures in plain sight, wrapped in ordinary shells, so the unwise will overlook them. There is a story, an ancient one, of a child hidden in a river. His mother wove a basket of reeds, sealed it with tar, and set him adrift among dangerous waters. Pharaoh's decree demanded his death. Yet, destiny refused to bow to decree. That child, Moses, floated not toward destruction, but toward divine orchestration. What seemed like abandonment was actually the first act of deliverance. Your own story carries echoes of that same divine pattern. You, too, have been set afloat on waters you didn't choose. You, too, have faced currents that threatened to overturn your fragile faith. Yet every wave that tried to drown you was secretly guiding you toward purpose. There were times when you questioned why you were spared while others were not. The answer is simple: because your assignment was not yet complete. When heaven marks a person, they become both target and testimony. The enemy recognizes potential before it manifests, and he strikes early. That is why you faced warfare in childhood rejection, abandonment, fear, loss. The enemy hoped to convince you that you were forgotten before you discovered you were chosen. But divine marking cannot be erased by human wounds. The mark upon your life is invisible to most, but heaven sees it glowing like fire. Angels recognize it. Darkness fears it. Even when you doubted your worth, the spiritual realm never stopped responding to your name. You might recall moments when you narrowly escaped harm, times when disaster should have claimed you, but somehow didn't. Those were not coincidences. Those were assignments of mercy, proof that unseen hands were steering your path. You may have called it luck, but heaven called it preservation. There was a man once who lived in constant struggle, always feeling one step behind. He lost jobs, friendships, opportunities. Yet every loss pushed him closer to something unseen. One night, weary and broken, he heard an inner voice say, "You are not cursed, you are being calibrated." That night changed him. He stopped fighting the detours and began to trust the direction. Months later, the same patterns that once frustrated him revealed a clear purpose. Each loss had prepared him for a life of service greater than comfort. You are in that same divine calibration. The things that left you aching were never random. They were shaping the vessel that now carries revelation. The mark of the chosen is not comfort, but capacity. You have endured more than others because you were called to carry more than others. Like a winepress crushing grapes to extract sweetness, heaven has allowed pressure to produce purity within you. And while others may have misunderstood your process, heaven never lost sight of your progress. Look at your scars. They are not proof of defeat. They are signatures of survival. Each one tells a story heaven intends to use. You are a living scroll, written not with ink, but with fire. Every wound is an opening through which light can enter, and every tear has watered the soil of your future. Even now, as you read these words, your spirit remembers truths your mind once forgot. You begin to understand why you could not die in certain seasons, why the storms that should have ended you only made you more aware of the divine breath within. You were marked for endurance, marked for purpose, marked for impact. It is written in the Psalms, chapter 139, verse 16, "Your eyes saw my unformed body. All the days ordained for me were written in your book before one of them came to be. That verse is not a metaphor, it is a mirror. It reflects you. Before you took your first step, heaven had already seen your final victory. Every detour you've taken, every heartbreak you've endured, was already accounted for in the plan. Nothing was wasted. Not one tear. Not one rejection. Not one delay. You are still in the unfolding. The script is not over, it is only deepening, and though you may not yet understand the full design, trust that the author never loses track of his story. You are not forgotten, you are being perfected. There will come a day when you look back and realize that every painful chapter was a necessary page leading to revelation. You will see how the hand that wounded also healed, how the closed doors were as merciful as the open ones. You will thank God for every no that protected you from lesser purposes. For now, rest in the knowledge that the mark upon your life is permanent. Heaven's ink does not fade. You were known, chosen, and set apart, and no earthly failure can revoke what heaven has decreed. So walk with quiet confidence. The same God who wrote your beginning is still scripting your end. The same power that formed galaxies has not forgotten your name. You carry divine fingerprints upon your soul, and that chosen one will always be enough. The war for your attention began the moment you were born. Every distraction, every temptation, every flashing screen and empty promise was designed to steal your focus from what truly matters. The battle isn't only external, it's internal. The war is not fought with swords or noise, it's fought in silence. Within the corridors of your mind, you may think attention is a small thing, but in heaven's economy, attention is currency. Whatever you give it to grows. That is why the world fights so hard for it, because if the enemy can steal your attention, he can starve your purpose. He doesn't need to destroy you. He only needs to keep you scrolling, comparing, doubting, and delaying until your destiny dissolves into distraction. There's an old parable about a king who threw a feast for his people. He sent invitations written in gold, yet few came. The people were too busy tending their fields, chasing wealth, or arguing in the streets. So the king said, "Go to the highways, call the broken and the forgotten. Let those who still have ears come. Those who accepted became part of history. Those who ignored never knew what they missed." That story is more than a parable. It is prophecy. You, chosen one, are one of those invited guests. Every time heaven calls, the enemy counters with noise. He offers comfort, confusion, or counterfeit light, just to keep your soul distracted. Distraction doesn't always come through chaos. Sometimes it comes wrapped in convenience. It tells you, you can pray later, you can obey later. But later often becomes never. And never is the language of lost purpose. You may remember seasons when your heart burned for the presence of God, when you felt the tug to create, to serve, to forgive. But something smaller stole your focus. Maybe it was a relationship that drained your energy, a job that consumed your joy, or a habit that numbed your fire. Those weren't coincidences, they were strategies. The enemy knows he can't take what's marked, so he distracts what's destined. But now heaven is confronting that pattern. There's a divine shaking happening in your mind right now, calling your attention home. You can feel it, an invisible clarity forming inside you. What once pulled you no longer satisfies. You are awakening to the reality that purpose demands focus. Like an archer drawing his bow, your life is meant to be aimed, not scattered. Every arrow of effort must be directed toward destiny. If you waste your arrows shooting at every noise, you'll have nothing left when the true target appears. Focus is your weapon, distraction is the thief. Think of David, tending sheep on lonely hillsides. He had no audience, no spotlight, only a harp and the heavens. Yet when the moment came, his focus made him ready. While others chased fame, he cultivated faith. While others sought attention, he trained his aim. That same discipline lives inside you. You may not feel strong, but every small act of focus rebuilds your strength. Focus is not found, it's fought for. You fight for it by choosing silence over noise, prayer over panic, truth over trend. You fight for it by refusing to let the world tell you who you are. There is a moment recorded in the ancient text of Proverbs, chapter 4, verse 25, which declares, "Let your eyes look straight ahead. Fix your gaze directly before you." This verse is not gentle advice, it is a battle command. Heaven is saying, do not turn left or right. Do not look back. Keep your eyes on me. Every distraction that leaves your focus divided weakens your authority. The chosen must learn to guard attention like a treasure chest. Guard your time, your peace, your emotional energy. Guard it from the constant scroll of comparison, from the pull of opinions that drown divine instruction. The enemy does not fear your potential, he fears your focus. Because when a focused chosen one prays, heaven responds. When a focused chosen one speaks, atmospheres shift. And when a focused chosen one moves, darkness trembles. So this is your moment of alignment. Draw your attention back from every thief that has claimed it. Reclaim your energy from what doesn't feed your spirit. Silence the noise and listen again to the whisper that says, you were made for more. If this truth resonates, take a small act of defiance against distraction. Comment, eyes forward. Let it be your declaration not to the crowd, but to your own soul. When you type it, you are announcing to heaven, I am taking my focus back. You are telling the spiritual realm that your attention no longer belongs to the chaos, but to the calling. You are not losing your mind, you are regaining it. The war for your attention may be fierce, but victory begins in this decision to look straight ahead and never turn back. When you write those two simple words, eyes forward, you are not typing a comment, you are enacting prophecy. You are drawing a line in the sand between your past and your purpose. You are saying, my focus belongs to heaven now. And because where your focus goes, your life follows. If you look backward, you relive old wounds. If you look sideways, you drown in comparison. But when you look forward, anchored in divine direction, your path straightens and peace returns. So let this be your inner vow tonight. No more divided attention. No more lost hours to noise. The war for your focus is ending here, and victory begins with your gaze. You have cried in silence more times than you can count. Behind the calm face and steady voice, you have carried storms that few have ever seen. The silent cry of the chosen is not always heard by people, but it always echoes through heaven. You learned to smile while bleeding, to keep walking while wounded, to pray while unsure if anyone was listening. Yet even in your quietest nights, heaven never stopped paying attention. There is a sacred sound that rises from pain, when it's offered instead of hidden. You may not have realized it, but every tear you've ever shed was a form of worship, raw, wordless worship. It was your spirit speaking when language failed. There was a night you sat in darkness, feeling forgotten. You whispered a prayer you didn't even believe would reach beyond the ceiling. You said, "God, if you're real, I need to know." That whisper was recorded. It didn't vanish into the air. It traveled straight into the throne room. Your silence has been loud in heaven. The world often measures strength by noise, by how much you say, how boldly you move. But heaven measures it differently. True strength is revealed in endurance, not volume. The strongest souls are often the quietest ones, carrying divine weight without complaint. Think of Hannah, the woman who stood outside the temple, lips moving but no sound escaping. Others mocked her, thinking she was drunk, but heaven knew the truth. Her silent cry was about to birth a prophet. There are things in you that can only be birthed through tears. Words might fail, but your spirit speaks fluently in sorrow. Maybe that's why you've felt misunderstood. People see your stillness and assume apathy. They don't realize you are fighting invisible battles. You're holding the line between despair and faith. You're standing in the tension where heaven seems silent. Yet hope refuses to die. The chosen are often misunderstood because their conversations happen in a language the world doesn't speak. You talk to God in sighs and silence. You interpret pain as process. You've learned that not every wound means abandonment. Sometimes it means assignment. In your journey, you've also met people who could not stay. Some left without warning. Others betrayed trust you freely gave. Their absence hurt. But heaven was editing your circle. The wrong voices could not be allowed to interpret your tears. The next season of your life required spiritual clarity, not crowded opinions. A chosen one's life moves differently. God does not explain every cut. He simply allows what must be removed, so what is divine can remain. You might not understand the pruning now, but one day you'll see the fruit it was protecting. There's a story about a sculptor who carved a magnificent lion from a single block of stone. When asked how he did it, he replied, "I simply removed everything that wasn't lion." That's what God is doing in you, removing everything that isn't destiny. Pain has been the chisel in his hand. Every strike you felt was shaping you into something unbreakable. You thought you were losing yourself, but heaven was revealing who you truly were. And yet, amid all this shaping, the silence felt unbearable. You prayed, and the heavens seemed mute. You sought answers, and only found echoes. That silence, though painful, was never punishment. It was calibration. When God is silent, He is usually building something too deep for noise. Imagine a seed buried in soil. It feels darkness, pressure, and isolation. To the seed, it might feel like a grave, but to the gardener, it is growth. That's your story. You were buried, not forgotten, hidden, not lost. Your roots were growing where no one could see. During your silent seasons, heaven was collecting evidence of faith, endurance, and integrity. The angels watched as you chose hope over bitterness, prayer over apathy, surrender over rebellion. Those choices didn't make headlines, but they made history in heaven. There are rewards for unseen obedience. Every time you forgave instead of fighting back, every time you loved instead of closing off. Heaven recorded it. You were storing treasure in invisible realms, and soon it will return as visible favor. The writings of David in the Psalms carry a mirror for your heart. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. Psalms 34:8. You have lived this verse without realizing it. The closeness of God in your broken moments wasn't always a feeling. Sometimes it was simply the fact that you didn't give up. His nearness was disguised as survival. You are stronger than you know. Every tear, every sleepless night, every whispered prayer became a foundation stone for the life you are now building. The pain you endured quietly gave birth to wisdom loud enough to guide nations. You are not weak. You are refined. One day, someone will sit across from you and say, "I don't know how to keep going." And you will look into their eyes, remember your own silent nights, and reply, "I do." Your story will become their survival guide. This is why you cannot despise the silence. It was in the silence that your spirit learned to recognize God's still small voice. It was in the absence of applause that you learned to walk by conviction instead of validation. If the world never sees your tears, heaven does. If no one thanks you for your endurance, heaven already has. And if you ever wonder whether your pain had purpose, this is your answer. Yes, it did. Every silent cry became a seed for harvest. You are entering a season where what was sown in tears will be reaped in joy. The prayers you thought were lost in the wind have been waiting for divine timing. The same silence that once hurt you will soon echo with laughter. So, breathe. The silence was never emptiness, it was incubation. Something holy is about to emerge from your hidden years. You don't need to explain your journey to anyone. The fruit will speak for itself. The silent cry of the chosen is not a story of pain, it's a prophecy of strength. You are proof that quiet faith still moves mountains. There comes a moment when awakening arrives quietly, not as thunder, but as a soft realization that you can't live the same way anymore. You've endured storms. You've survived silence. And now something inside you is rising. It's subtle, like dawn breaking after a long night. You start to sense that your life was never meant to orbit around pain, but around purpose. This is the hour of awakening. The call is gentle, yet it vibrates deep within your bones. You are being summoned not to religion, not to routine, but to relationship, to alignment, to assignment. When heaven calls, it does not shout. It whispers in the language of conviction. You may feel a quiet stirring, an awareness that it's time to move differently. Think differently. Speak differently. That is not guilt. That is grace awakening you. Imagine a seed buried beneath the earth. For months, it feels the weight of darkness pressing down. But one day, a tiny push upward begins. The seed doesn't fully understand what's happening. It simply obeys the pull of the light above. That's what this season feels like for you. The soil is shifting, and heaven is whispering. It's time to rise. You have been planted, not buried. Everything you went through was preparation for what's emerging now. The confusion, the tears, the unanswered prayers, they were the fertilizer for growth. Nothing you experienced was wasted. Sometimes, awakening begins when you finally accept that you are ready. Even if you don't feel ready, it begins the moment you say, "I may not understand, but I'm willing." There was once a man named Thomas. He spent years building a life that looked stable but felt hollow. He went to work, smiled at everyone, but something inside him whispered that he was living beneath his calling. One night, scrolling through his phone, he heard a simple message that said, "You were made for more." Something inside him broke open. He turned off his phone, knelt beside his bed, and said, "God, if you're real, awaken me." That prayer changed everything. Thomas didn't suddenly receive riches or recognition, but his perspective shifted. He started to see meaning in his ordinary moments, purpose in his work, love in his patience, miracles in his daily breath. His awakening wasn't about escape, it was about awareness. That's what heaven is inviting you into, not an escape, but an awareness that your life is holy ground, that every act of kindness, every small decision toward faith, is part of your divine assignment. When you awaken to your purpose, your heart also becomes more generous, not out of obligation, but out of overflow. You begin to feel the sacred rhythm of giving and receiving, just as trees release oxygen for others while drawing strength from the soil. Your life starts to breathe life into others while staying rooted in grace. Think of this space, the messages, the words, the time spent shaping every sentence as a field where seeds are being planted. Some people are sowers, others are reapers, but both are vital. Every act of generosity, no matter the size, becomes like a drop of water that helps these seeds continue to grow and reach more hearts around the world. If you have ever felt nourished by these words, if something here has lifted your spirit, then consider being part of that growth. When you support this work, whether by liking, sharing, subscribing, or even donating, you are not paying for words. You are watering the roots of a tree that gives fruit to others. Don't feel pressured, feel invited. Let your giving, in whatever form it takes, flow from gratitude, not guilt. Even a kind comment, even a single prayer for this mission, is a form of offering. In a garden, not every flower blooms the same way. Some bloom with fragrance, some with color, some simply with quiet beauty. Each has a role. You may not realize it, but by sharing, by subscribing, by supporting, you are adding fragrance to this garden of grace. So, if this message has spoken to you, take a gentle step, press like as a sign that your spirit agrees. Share it so another wandering soul can find direction. Subscribe so you remain connected to the stream of living words. And if your heart feels moved, donate as an act of worship, a drop of oil upon the flame that keeps the light burning for others still lost in the dark. There is no obligation, no condition, only invitation. Think of giving like releasing a bird. You set it free, but it always circles back with something new in its wings. That is how heaven multiplies what's released in love. Scripture says in the Gospel of Romans, chapter 12, verse 11, never be lacking in zeal, but keep your spiritual fervor, serving the Lord. This verse captures the heart of awakening, to serve, to give, to keep the flame burning bright. You are not just a listener, you are part of the movement heaven is building. Every small act you make becomes part of something eternal. When you like, when you share, when you donate, it's not a transaction, it's participation in transformation. You are helping build an invisible bridge between despair and hope. And even if all you can give today is your attention, know that heaven sees it. Every second you spend here, listening with an open heart, is already a seed of obedience. The Creator multiplies sincerity more than numbers. So stand still for a moment. Feel the warmth returning to your heart. You are awakening to purpose. You are remembering that your life has meaning beyond what the world measures. And as you rise, others will rise because of you. The dawn is here. Step into it freely, joyfully, and without fear. You are not just surviving, you are awakening to your divine assignment. There are moments when heaven gives a gentle warning not to frighten you, but to protect you. This is one of those moments. You may not hear thunder, but something inside you feels urgent. Doesn't it? That quiet stirring in your chest. That whisper saying, "Don't delay again." That is not fear, it's divine caution, a warning wrapped in love. Delay is one of the most subtle traps in spiritual life. It doesn't feel like rebellion, it feels like reasoning. You tell yourself, "I'll pray tomorrow. I'll forgive later. I'll change when I feel ready." But time, like sand through open fingers, slips quietly away. What seems small at first becomes distance between you and your destiny. Every chosen one faces this moment, the crossroads between waiting and moving. The test isn't whether you can believe, it's whether you will act while belief is still fresh. Heaven is whispering, "Move now while mercy still lingers." There's a story of a young man named Elias. He felt called to serve, but every time he sensed God's prompting, he found a reason to postpone. He said, "I'll go after I finish school. Then, after I find a stable job. Then, after I settle my family." But life moved faster than he did. Decades later, sitting alone in quiet regret, he realized the opportunities hadn't been taken away, they had simply passed him by. Purpose waits for no one. Procrastination is polite disobedience. It doesn't shout, "No." It whispers, "Not yet." But in heaven's timing, not yet can be as dangerous as never. You, chosen one, have felt those delays before. You've known the tug to do something right, forgive, and start, surrender, and you've hesitated, not because you didn't care, but because you wanted to be ready. But readiness rarely comes first, obedience does. When Noah built the ark, there was no rain. When Abraham packed his tent, there was no map. When Esther stepped before the king, there was no guarantee. Yet obedience turned uncertainty into miracles. That is what heaven is calling you into now. Not clarity, but courage. The miracle is waiting on the other side of movement. You may not realize it, but every time you ignore the divine nudge, your spirit grows a little quieter. Heaven's voice never disappears. It just becomes harder to hear through layers of delay. Like embers cooling after a fire, conviction fades, if not stirred. That's why this message has found you. Heaven is reigniting what's been slowly dimming. It's time to stop analyzing what obedience will cost and start asking what disobedience has already cost. The delay has drained peace, time, and opportunity. Yet mercy is still here. Grace still reaches out like an open hand saying, "Come home. Start again." Sometimes, the danger of delay is not losing time, it's losing tenderness. You can become so accustomed to ignoring the nudge that your heart stops feeling it. But right now, if you still feel that pull, thank God. It means heaven hasn't given up on you. It was written in the book of Hebrews, chapter 3, verse 15. Today, if you hear his voice, do not harden your hearts. Notice the word today, not tomorrow, not later. Heaven always speaks in the language of now. You are being invited to act before another delay hardens your destiny. That may mean forgiving someone, ending something, beginning something, or simply kneeling and saying, I'm ready. Whatever obedience looks like, choose it while the moment is open. There's an old saying, ships are safest in the harbor. But that's not what ships are built for. You weren't created to remain anchored in fear. The same God who built the ocean designed your vessel. You will not sink when you move at his command. Imagine a door standing before you. It's slightly open, light spilling through the crack. You can sense warmth, clarity, purpose waiting beyond it. But the door won't stay open forever. Every act of obedience pushes it wider. Every hesitation lets it close a little more. The choice is yours, to stay where you are or to step through. And here's the grace. Heaven will not drag you through the door. It will simply keep inviting until your yes becomes louder than your fear. Maybe you've told yourself you've missed too many chances already. But that's not true. Heaven specializes in restoring what time tried to steal. When you say yes now, the clock resets. What was delayed can still be delivered, redeemed by obedience. This is your turning point. The sound of this moment will echo in eternity. If your heart feels that familiar trembling, the kind that sits between fear and faith, acknowledge it. It's heaven confirming that this message is yours. So let this be your sign, your sacred response. Comment 888. The number 888 carries a meaning of new beginning, divine restoration, and resurrection. When you write it, you are declaring that your story is being reset, that heaven is granting you another chance to rise. You are saying, I choose to step through the door before it closes. I choose obedience over delay. This is not superstition, it's symbolism. Every number in Scripture carries sound and purpose. And 888 is the rhythm of fresh mercy. It is the echo of resurrection. The same grace that lifted Christ from the tomb is now calling you to stand up from hesitation. By typing that number, you are not just joining a comment thread. You are marking the moment of your decision in the sight of heaven. You are saying to your own spirit, this time, I will not wait. I move now. The moment you release those 3 8s, you're symbolically walking through the open door. Heaven recognizes such gestures. The spiritual realm moves at the sound of obedience, even the obedience of fingertips responding in faith. And when you do, peace will follow. Not the fragile peace of circumstance, but the deep peace of alignment. You will feel heaven's timing syncing with your heartbeat again. So write it, 888, as your silent shout of surrender, your quiet act of courage. Let it be seen not as a comment, but as a covenant. The door is open, the light is calling, and your story of restoration begins the moment you decide to step through. When heaven stops whispering, the silence feels heavier than any storm. You start to wonder if you've been abandoned or if you've somehow walked too far away. The absence of divine voice can ache more than open wounds. You pray, but your prayers echo back, unanswered. You read words that once burned with light, but now they feel like ink on a page. If you have ever felt that way, you are not alone. Every chosen one walks through a season where heaven seems to grow quiet, not out of cruelty, but out of love. Silence is one of God's sharpest tools. It refines trust. It separates emotion from faith. It teaches you to recognize His presence without needing His voice. When heaven stops whispering, the soul panics at first. We look for signs, for symbols, for anything that reminds us we're not forgotten. But silence is not punishment, it is permission. Permission to grow deeper. Permission to stand firm, even when you can't feel the hand guiding you. Consider a teacher in a classroom. When the test begins, the teacher grows silent, not because they've left the room, but because the student already has what they need. That's how God often works. His silence doesn't signal His absence, it signals your readiness. Still, it hurts. Silence makes you confront the parts of yourself that noise kept hidden. It forces you to face doubts you've ignored. It exposes whether your faith depended on feelings or on truth. There was once a woman named Clara. She prayed for direction for months, but heard nothing. She begged for signs, but none came. In frustration, she shouted, "Why won't you speak to me?" That night, she dreamed of walking through a vast desert. The wind whispered, "I never left you. I was teaching you to hear me in the wind." When she woke, she realized that heaven had been speaking all along, just not in the ways she expected. Sometimes God changes the frequency, not the message. You were once guided by emotion, by the warmth of presence, by the sense of divine comfort. But now, heaven wants you to navigate by conviction alone, to trust what He already said, rather than waiting for Him to say it again. Maturity in faith isn't hearing more voices, it's learning to walk faithfully in the silence between them. That's where real strength is forged. In those quiet seasons, your soul becomes like a seed buried in the dark. You can't see the light. But deep beneath the soil, roots are forming. The silence above the ground hides the growth happening below it. Heaven's quiet is not rejection, it's germination. David, the psalmist, knew this well. He spent years in caves, running from those who wanted to destroy him, writing songs that often began with questions and ended in surrender. He wrote, "Why are you so far from saving me, yet in another breath? You are holy, enthroned on the praises of Israel." His words reveal the rhythm of silence and faith, lament and trust, dancing together in the dark. It's easy to believe when heaven speaks loudly. It's harder when you have to trust the last thing He said. But that's where real believers are formed, not in moments of constant revelation, but in the discipline of consistency. You might think of silence as emptiness, but in truth, silence is space. It is the holy pause where the next chapter is being written. Before any great movement of God, there is always stillness. Between the Old and New Testaments, there were 400 years where heaven said nothing. Yet during that silence, kingdoms rose and fell. Languages evolved. Roads were built, and the world unknowingly prepared for the coming of Christ. Heaven's silence was strategic preparation. The same is true for you. The pause between divine words is never wasted. It is alignment in progress. Heaven is rearranging circumstances, hearts, and timing while you wait. The ancient text in the book of Amos, chapter 8, verse 11, speaks of such a silence. The days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will send a famine through the land, not a famine of food or a thirst for water, but a famine of hearing the words of the Lord. I'll pay. That verse reveals both warning and mercy. It shows what happens when hearts harden so deeply that heaven's whisper becomes faint. Yet if you're reading these words and feeling even a flicker of longing for his voice, take heart. You are not in famine. You are in formation, in silence. You develop new sense. You begin to perceive God in nature, in timing, in coincidences that aren't coincidences. You start to realize he never stopped speaking. He simply changed the language. Heaven's silence teaches spiritual literacy, the ability to read presence even when sound is absent. The sun doesn't speak, yet the earth revolves around its gravity. In the same way, God's wordless nearness keeps your world spinning even when your prayers feel unanswered. If you listen carefully in the quiet, you will find his voice in subtler ways, in the steady rhythm of your heartbeat, in the kindness of a stranger, in the memory that resurfaces at just the right moment. Each is a whisper dressed in ordinary clothes, and when the silence finally breaks, you will notice something. His voice hasn't changed, but you have. You will hear it with deeper clarity, not as noise, but as necessity. The stillness that once frightened you will become the sanctuary that sustains you. So if you are walking through that wordless space right now, don't mistake stillness for separation. The shepherd does not shout to the sheep that already know his voice. He trusts them to walk by memory until the next call. You haven't lost him. You've simply entered the sacred classroom of silence, where trust graduates into truth. The whisper will return when your heart has learned to hear it in stillness first. Until then, keep walking, keep trusting, keep breathing. The silence is not empty. It's full of instruction, written in invisible ink that only faith can read. There is a hidden place where the chosen are trained far away from crowds, applause, and recognition. It is not glamorous. It is not public. It is often lonely, yet it is there, in that invisible wilderness, that heaven builds endurance into your spirit. This place is not punishment, it is preparation. The hidden training ground is where warriors are made, prophets are refined, and leaders are stripped of pride so that humility can take its throne. The world may call it isolation, but heaven calls it investment. When God chooses someone for great impact, he first hides them. He buries them like a seed, covering them with seasons of silence so that roots can grow deep before branches spread wide. That hidden season teaches what the spotlight never could. It is there that character is shaped stronger than calling, and obedience becomes instinct rather than obligation. Moses knew that hidden ground well. He fled Egypt, a prince running from failure, and ended up tending sheep in a desert. For 40 years, he saw no miracles, heard no trumpets, and felt no glory, just dust, wind, and silence. Yet those 40 years were not wasted. Every step he took behind those sheep taught him how to lead people through wilderness later. Heaven was training him without announcing it. That's what God often does with his chosen ones. He hides them to protect them from premature exposure, like a sculptor who covers a half-finished masterpiece. God conceals your life until the form matches the function. The hidden training ground also exposes what the world cannot see: your motives. In public, people perform. In private, they are purified. The wilderness removes the luxury of pretending. You can't fake strength when no one is watching. You can only become strong. Maybe you are in that place now, the in-between. Not where you were. Not yet where you're going. It feels like nothing is happening. Like your prayers are echoing into emptiness. But in reality, heaven is working beneath the soil of your circumstance. You are being refined, stretched, stripped of distractions. The wilderness removes applause so that your identity stops depending on validation. It removes comfort, so your faith stops depending on convenience. If you've been wondering why doors haven't opened yet, it might be because heaven is still fortifying the foundation beneath your destiny. Buildings that must stand for centuries require time, precisión, and pressure, quick fame fades. But divine calling must last beyond generations. The hidden training ground is the place where impatience dies. Every chosen one faces the death of timelines, the burial of control. You learn that God's not yet is not rejection, but rhythm. He times your release with the maturity of your heart, not the hunger of your desire. Think of Joseph, thrown into a pit by his brothers, sold into slavery, imprisoned for lies. Every step downward seemed like failure, but heaven saw formation. The dungeon taught him what the palace could not: how to interpret dreams, how to handle authority with compassion, how to forgive those who betrayed him. Without the dungeon, Joseph's gift would have destroyed him. So if you feel buried right now, remember, burial and planting look the same to the untrained eye. Both involve darkness, pressure, and waiting. But one leads to decay, and the other to destiny. The difference is purpose. It is written in the book of Exodus, chapter 3, verse 1. Now Moses was tending the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, and he led the flock to the far side of the wilderness and came to Horeb, the mountain of God. No, that verse may seem ordinary, but it marks transformation. Moses thought he was leading sheep. In truth, he was being led to encounter the far side of the wilderness. The place of anonymity was where he met the fire that never burned out. You, too, are being led to your mountain. The dry seasons, the closed doors, the unanswered prayers, they are guiding you to the moment where you meet your own burning bush. In the hidden training ground, you learn the most sacred lesson, that usefulness to God is born from intimacy, not activity. The world rewards performance. Heaven rewards proximity. What you gain in silence will sustain you in battle. One day, when you stand before opportunities and responsibilities you once dreamed of, you will realize why the waiting was necessary. Without this private preparation, the weight of public calling would have crushed you. Right now, heaven is not ignoring you, it is investing in you. It is crafting endurance, patience, and depth within your soul. The wilderness that seems endless is shaping wisdom that will speak for a lifetime. So don't curse the ground where nothing grows yet. Every chosen one who ever carried power once stood exactly where you are, overlooked, hidden, uncertain, yet being transformed in ways they couldn't see. When the time comes, your unveiling will not need explanation. The fruit will speak. The fire will testify. The same hands that hid you will reveal you. The hidden training ground is not your end. It is the secret forge of your beginning. Embrace it. Trust it. Let the silence mold you. the solitude strengthen you, and the waiting purify you, because when heaven finally calls your name aloud, you will not rise confused or unprepared. You will rise ready. There always comes a moment in every journey when turning back looks easier than moving forward. The path narrows, the air feels thin, and your strength begins to fade. You start to wonder if maybe you misunderstood your calling, if maybe the battles mean you've taken the wrong road. But you haven't. The resistance you're facing is proof that you're still going in the right direction. The temptation to turn back is the last weapon darkness uses before breakthrough arrives. It doesn't always come as rebellion. Sometimes it comes dressed as reason. It whispers, "You've done enough. You've tried. It's okay to rest here." But rest and retreat are not the same thing. One heals you, the other steals you. You may be standing right now in that invisible tug-of-war between destiny and comfort. The desire to go back is human, but the command to press on is divine. Even the greatest chosen ones felt it. Elijah under the broom tree, Jonah in the belly of the fish, Peter after his denial. Each wanted to quit, but heaven never let them stay down. There's a story about a traveler climbing a vast mountain. Halfway up, the fog thickened, and he could no longer see the path ahead. Fear told him to turn back, but a whisper in the wind said, "Keep walking." He pushed through the mist until finally the summit broke open into sunlight. What he didn't know was that if he had turned back even one step earlier, the peak was only a few feet away. That is how your life looks right now. You may not see how close you are to break through. The fog of fatigue and fear is thick, but heaven's hand is just beyond it. Your task is simple. One more step. That's all. Faith ever asks just one more step. It is written in the book of Galatians, chapter 6, verse 9. Let us not grow weary in doing good, for in due season we shall reap, if we do not give up. Those words are more than comfort, they are a strategy. They remind you that heaven's harvest always comes to those who keep sowing, even when the soil looks dry. You may not see results yet, but roots are forming beneath the surface. Strength doesn't always roar. Sometimes it's quiet endurance, the decision to get up again, to keep walking even when you don't feel brave. You have already come too far to go back now. The temptation to turn back often visits right before destiny unfolds. It disguises itself as wisdom. Maybe this isn't the right time. Maybe I should wait. Maybe I'm not ready. But that voice isn't protecting you. It's preventing you. The door you've been praying for is closer than you think. Look at your life and see how far you've already traveled. The lessons, the tears, the waiting, it all meant something. You are not who you were when you started. You have become someone stronger, wiser, softer in spirit, yet firmer in faith. You can't go back now, because the old version of you doesn't exist anymore. There is a unique kind of strength that comes from surviving disappointment. Every time your heart broke and you still believed, heaven took note. Every time you stood again after falling, your faith was forged a little deeper. The road behind you is full of miracles you once thought you'd never survive. The road ahead holds even greater ones. Sometimes, when you can't see the whole picture, trust that the painter is still working. The strokes that don't make sense now will soon reveal the masterpiece. Turning back would only rob you of the view he's preparing to show you. You are standing on holy ground. Even if your feet are trembling, Heaven has invested too much in you for you to quit. Now, keep pressing. The same God who guided you through darkness will not abandon you now that light is near. So when fear whispers, go back. Let your spirit answer, I move forward. When doubt says, you're not enough, let your memory remind you, I have come this far by grace, and you will not fail, because your steps are ordered. You may stumble, but you will not fall beyond redemption. The promise remains, and heaven's timing is still perfect. Now pause, take a breath, and do something simple yet powerful. Anchor this moment. Comment, I won't quit. And write it not as a slogan, but as a covenant. When you declare those 3 words, you're not talking to me, you're talking to your future. You're reminding yourself that surrender is no longer an option. Every time you read those words again, they will echo like armor around your heart. I won't quit means you trust the unseen hand even when it feels invisible. It means you believe that the pain of pressing on is still better than the regret of turning back. It means you've decided to walk by faith, even if your knees shake. This moment is more than a test, it's a threshold. Heaven is watching to see if you will endure the final stretch. The fog will lift soon, and when it does, you'll understand why quitting was never an option. So take one more step, even if it's small. One step carries power when it's made in faith. The summit is closer than you think. When you type, I won't quit, you're not just leaving a comment, you're planting a flag in the spiritual realm. Those words become your declaration of endurance, echoing through every unseen battle you'll ever face. Heaven recognizes persistence written in faith. Each letter of that phrase is a seed, and every time you see it again, it reminds both you and heaven, your surrender is cancelled, your victory secured. There comes a time when the calling within you begins to press outward. It's not just a feeling, it's a quiet, persistent pressure that says, you were made for more than survival. You start to sense that your journey isn't only about endurance, it's about expression. Heaven has placed something inside you, and now it wants to move through you. This is the mantle and the mission. It's the moment when what you've carried privately begins to find purpose publicly. Every tear, every lesson, every silent prayer has become oil, sacred oil, ready to pour into others. You may not think you have anything to offer, but purpose is never measured by perfection. It's measured by willingness. God doesn't call the flawless, He calls the available. Imagine your life as a candle, alone. It flickers beautifully, but reaches only a small corner of darkness. Yet when one candle lights another, and that flame multiplies, the entire room begins to glow. That's what happens when you live your calling. You become the match that ignites hope in someone else. Your words, your kindness, your story, these are your flames. They may look small, but they hold the power to set lives ablaze with faith. You were never meant to hide your light under fear or doubt. Heaven didn't pour into you so you could keep it bottled. It poured into you so you could overflow. When the prophet Elisha received Elijah's mantle, it wasn't just fabric, it was fire. It represented responsibility and power. Yes, but also compassion. The mantle is both gift and weight. And like Elisha, you, too, have reached the Jordan moment, standing on the edge of transition, holding something sacred that was never meant to remain idle. The mantle is purpose, the mission is people. It was proclaimed, the second book of Kings, chapter 2, verse 13. He took up the mantle of Elijah that had fallen from him, and went back and stood by the bank of the Jordan. Notice the detail. Elisha didn't let the mantle stay on the ground. He picked it up. Purpose doesn't always land softly in your hands. Sometimes it falls at your feet, waiting for courage to bend down and claim it. This is what heaven is asking of you, to pick up what you've been avoiding, to lift what once felt too heavy, to take your place in the story God has written for you. And as you do, something begins to shift. The same spirit that sustained others will begin to flow through you. You will notice peace where fear used to live, clarity where confusion once ruled, and joy where sorrow lingered. The mantle transforms ordinary lives into living messages. And yet, even as you rise into your calling, you are never alone. You are part of a divine chain of light, people around the world carrying the same fire in different forms. Together, we build a kingdom not with bricks, but with belief. Every time you share light, you strengthen the chain. Every kind word, every act of generosity, every story of redemption becomes another link, connecting hearts that once felt isolated. That's why what we are building here matters. Not just this message, but this space, this community. It is a gathering place for those carrying mantles of hope. Each person who listens, comments, prays, or supports adds another flame to the collective fire. So, as you listen, if these words stir something in you, if they make you remember that your story still has purpose, let that feeling guide you. Press like if your heart agrees with the message. It's not a number, it's your amen. End of. Share this message if you feel it could help someone else find their light. You never know who is standing in darkness waiting for the spark that you carry. Subscribe if you want to stay close to this flow of encouragement. Not out of routine, but out of connection. Think of it as keeping the flame within reach. A reminder that you are not walking alone. And if your heart feels led to donate, do it as you would water a growing garden. Your giving is not a transaction, it's nourishment. Every seed you sow allows this light to reach more corners of the earth, more weary souls, more hidden hearts that need to hear that they are chosen. 2. No pressure, no demand, only invitation. Giving is not about obligation, it's about resonance. When something touches your soul, your response is natural, like a flower opening to the sun. So whether your offering is time, prayer, or support, it is sacred. Heaven values sincerity far more than size. Think of this movement as a great river, flowing from heart to heart. Every like is a ripple, every share a current, every donation a stream that carries light farther than one voice ever could. You are not watching from the shore, you are part of the flow. There's a deep beauty in this kind of giving. It's not forced, it's a dance. Heaven gives, we receive, and in gratitude, we give again. This rhythm keeps the divine current alive, breathing through all who believe. You have picked up your mantle by simply saying yes, and as you carry it, your life becomes a message others can read, proof that obedience is worth it, that surrender leads to strength, that faith still builds bridges over impossible waters. So let the world see your light. Let them feel your warmth, not because you want recognition, but because heaven deserves to be revealed through your life. The mantle is yours now. Wear it with humility. Carry it with grace. And remember, you were not chosen to stand still. You were chosen to shine, to pour, to build, to bless. And together, with every heart that listens, gives, and believes, the fire will continue to spread until the world is a little brighter. One act of faith at a time. There is a certain weight that settles upon those who carry purpose, a heaviness that is not meant to crush, but to crown. The glory of being chosen is not light. It presses, stretches, and molds you. Many confuse the weight of glory with burden, but they are not the same. A burden drains, glory refines. This weight cannot be seen, yet you feel it every day. It is in the ache that wakes you at night, in the constant stirring that refuses to let you settle for less. It is in your sensitivity to injustice, your deep compassion for pain, your quiet strength that keeps moving even when tired. These are not random traits. They are the marks of those who carry divine weight. Sometimes you wonder why your heart feels heavier than most. Why situations affect you so deeply. It's because your soul is calibrated to heaven's frequency. You were designed to sense what others overlook. That is both gift and responsibility. Every great life recorded in Scripture bore this weight. Joseph carried it in prison. Jeremiah carried it in tears. Mary carried it in silence. Each learned that divine calling always comes wrapped in pressure. The vessel must be strong enough to hold the oil. The word glory in its ancient form means weight or substance. Glory is not glitter, it's gravity. It pulls you toward your purpose and holds you steady when the winds of life try to scatter your focus. When you carry this weight rightly, you begin to walk differently, not with pride, but with awareness. You move with caution because you know what you carry can change atmospheres. You speak carefully because your words have consequence. You live intentionally because you understand. Eternity listens. There's an old parable about a craftsman who built a bell for a great cathedral. He poured molten metal into a mold, but when it cooled, it cracked. Instead of discarding it, he melted it again, adjusting the fire. This happened 7 times until the bell finally rang with perfect tone. When people asked how he knew when it was ready, he said, "When the metal sang back to the fire." And that's the hidden rhythm of your refinement. The trials you faced weren't punishment, they were heat, meant to draw out harmony between your soul and heaven's fire. Every time you yielded instead of resisting, you began to sing back to the flame. Those who carry glory must first learn endurance. They must become living sanctuaries strong enough to host light without breaking under its brilliance. That's why your life has never been small, even when it looked that way. Heaven has been preparing you for weight, not comfort. You have felt stretched because the container of your life is being enlarged. When God intends to pour more, He expands capacity first. Sometimes that expansion comes through loss, delay, or challenge, but every stretch makes room for more glory. Paul, the apostle who understood suffering more than most, once wrote about this mysterious paradox of weight and reward. In his letter to the Corinthians, he said, "For our light affliction, which is but for a moment, works for us a far more exceeding and eternal weight of glory." No, these words are not poetic exaggeration, they are spiritual reality. They mean that every hardship has a corresponding harvest. Nothing you've endured is meaningless. Every ounce of pain adds density to your purpose. You might not feel the beauty of this now. The pressing may seem unbearable at times. But think of grapes crushed to become wine, or olives pressed to yield oil. The product of pressure is always something precious. There are two ways to respond to divine weight: to resist it, or to rest in it. Resistance creates frustration. Rest creates transformation. When you stop fighting what God is doing, the heaviness begins to feel like holiness. You realize that the same force pressing you down is also shaping you up. The weight of glory also teaches empathy. Those who have been pressed understand others who are being pressed. Your compassion becomes sharp, your discernment deep. That's why you often feel things before they're spoken, because heaven trusts your sensitivity. It is not weakness, it's divine wiring. You are not being punished by pressure, you are being entrusted with presence. To carry the weight of glory means heaven considers you reliable. You can handle revelation without pride, power without corruption, pain without bitterness. Think of it this way: the deeper the roots of a tree, the higher it can grow without falling. The heaviness you feel is your spiritual rooting system spreading underground. The taller your calling, the deeper God must plant you. Sometimes the weight of glory looks like unanswered questions. You carry mysteries that don't make sense yet. You feel the tension between what God promised and what you see. But even in confusion, faith grows. The silence is part of the shaping. It presses you to lean on what cannot be explained. The writer of Hebrews spoke of this when describing faith as the substance of things hoped for. Substance, that word again means weight, reality, essence. Faith itself is a kind of spiritual gravity, holding you steady when sight would make you sway. Your calling will always ask for more weight than your comfort wants to carry. But remember this: glory is shared only with those who refuse to drop what others find too heavy. If you could see from heaven's perspective right now, you'd understand that your life glows with light unseen by human eyes. Every act of faith shines like molten gold. Every sigh, every tear, every act of quiet endurance adds tone to your bell, resonance to your song. One day, when all is revealed, you will look back on these days and realize that the heaviness you once despised was the very evidence that heaven trusted you. You will see that the crown you wear was formed from the same metal as the weight you carried. So, do not despise the weight. Do not pray it away too quickly. Let it rest upon you until you no longer feel crushed by it, but strengthened through it. The weight of glory is not meant to break you. It is meant to make you unbreakable. There are seasons when the air itself begins to shift. You can feel it not in temperature, but in atmosphere. It's as though something unseen has turned a page in the book of your life. What once felt normal begins to feel uncomfortable, and what once seemed far away starts drawing closer. These are the signs of a shifting season. It doesn't always happen loudly. Sometimes it begins with restlessness. You start to notice that certain habits, conversations, or places no longer fit who you're becoming. Old dreams resurface, and buried desires begin to breathe again. It's not coincidence, it's calling. Heaven is signaling transition. Every chosen one experiences this moment, the divine recalibration between what was and what will be. It can feel confusing because heaven moves differently than time to everyone else. It may look like your life is standing still, but spiritually, Everything is moving. The unseen hand of God is rearranging circumstances to align with purpose. The transition season is sacred. It's the bridge between pruning and promise. You are being repositioned, not as punishment, but as promotion. You're being lifted from one level of grace to another, and before every elevation, there must be separation. Sometimes, the signs come as discomfort. Relationships drift. Opportunities dry up. Doors that once opened easily begin to close. But remember, heaven never closes a door to leave you stranded. It closes one to redirect your steps toward destiny. What looks like loss is often divine navigation. Think of a bird preparing for migration. It senses when the wind is changing long before the sky shifts. Instinct pulls it toward warmer currents, safer lands. That's how heaven guides you too, not with maps, but with movement. You feel it before you see it. It is often in those moments of unease that God whispers, "You've outgrown this," not out of pride, but out of purpose. The nest that once held you now feels tight because your wings have grown. The things that once satisfied you no longer do because your spirit is hungering for more. When seasons shift, obedience must follow. Staying too long in an expired season is like breathing stale air. It weakens what was meant to live strong. There is grace for where you are, but also grace waiting where you need to go. The writings of Solomon remind us of this sacred rhythm of change in the book of Ecclesiastes. Chapter 3, verse 1. To everything there is a season, and a time for every purpose under heaven. Now, that verse is not about waiting passively, it's about moving wisely. Each time carries its own purpose, and discernment is knowing when to let go of one to embrace another. Maybe you're in that place now, the in-between. You can feel something new coming, but you don't yet know what it is. You feel like the tide is pulling you somewhere unfamiliar. Trust that feeling. You're not drifting, you're being directed. The enemy of transition is fear. It convinces you that change will cost too much, that comfort is safer than calling. But comfort has never birthed greatness. The eagle does not soar by clinging to the branch. It rises by trusting the wind. And here is the truth. If you delay too long, the nest will break anyway. Heaven loves you too much to let you settle for smallness. So when the shaking comes, it's not rejection, it's release. There was a young woman named Aria who felt this shift long before she could name it. Her job felt empty, her conversations repetitive, her days predictable. She prayed for peace. But God didn't give peace, He gave a push. Within months, she found herself stepping into unknown territory, pursuing work that terrified her but fulfilled her deeply. Only then did she understand. The discomfort was direction in disguise. You may be in that same divine discomfort now. The winds of change are rising, and heaven is calling you to trust again, to release what no longer serves your growth, and to reach for what has been waiting for you all along. Transition demands trust more than understanding. You won't have every answer. You won't see every step. But if you take one obedient move, the next will appear. Faith builds the bridge as you walk across it. So listen closely to your spirit. Notice the gentle nudges, the subtle signs, the repetition of divine whispers. Heaven speaks in patterns when something keeps stirring. Pay attention. This is your shifting season. Don't mourn what's ending. Celebrate what's beginning. You are not losing, you're being launched. And now, to seal this moment in faith, leave a sign of your agreement. Comment 555. Oh, the number 555 has long been seen as a symbol of divine transition and grace for change. When you write it, you are saying, I agree with heaven's timing. I welcome transformation. Oh, it is not superstition, it's a prophetic gesture. A way of declaring that you trust God's movement, even when you can't map it. The triple repetition of the number 5 represents mercy multiplied, favor unfolding, and alignment with divine order. By typing 555, you are making a statement to yourself and the unseen. I am ready to step into my new season without fear. It's not about the digits, it's about the decision they represent. So breathe deeply. Feel the shift. Trust the wind. The same God who began the journey is faithful to finish it. And this season, this sacred in-between, is where everything begins to bloom again. The moment before breakthrough rarely feels holy. It feels heavy, uncertain, and sometimes unbearable. It is the season where everything you've prayed for seems farther away. And yet heaven whispers, hold on, it's closer than you think. The breaking point is often the threshold where faith is refined into fire. You are not breaking down, you are breaking open. The crushing you feel is not destruction, it is transformation. Like a seed splitting beneath the soil. Your pain is proof that new life is trying to emerge. The breaking point is where illusions fall away. You discover that what you called strength was often self-reliance. And what you thought was loss was actually pruning. God allows pressure to strip away what cannot survive your next season. It's not cruelty, it's preparation. Every chosen one faces this moment. It's where your theology collides with reality, where promises seem silent, and endurance feels impossible. But even when it looks like nothing is happening, something sacred is forming in the dark. Gold cannot shine without heat, and diamonds cannot form without pressure. Likewise, your spirit cannot reveal its brilliance until it has endured both. The breaking point is heaven's workshop, a place where your character is forged to carry the weight of glory waiting ahead. When you look through Scripture, you'll find that every destiny was born from breaking. Moses met his breaking point in the desert, David in the caves, Elijah under the juniper tree, Peter beside the fire of denial. Each came to the end of themselves and found that God was waiting there, steady and patient. There is an ancient story about a clay vessel in the hands of a potter. The potter shapes, smooths, and then suddenly breaks it apart. To the clay, it feels like destruction. To the potter, it's refinement. He knows the shape must be rebuilt, stronger, more balanced, more capable of holding water. So it is with you. If you feel like life has pulled you apart lately, remember, you are still in the potter's hands. He doesn't discard what cracks. He remolds it with gentleness and purpose. Many mistake this breaking season for divine absence, but the opposite is true. The presence of God is most active in pressure. He is closer in the fire than in comfort. He doesn't always rescue you from the breaking sometimes. He walks with you through it, ensuring that you're refined, but not ruined. When your strength runs out and your prayers become whispers, heaven listens more closely. Tears are language in the kingdom. They carry meaning that words cannot hold. There was once a young man who worked as a sculptor every day. He chiseled marble until his hands bled. One afternoon, exhausted and angry. He threw down his tools and said, "Why must it be this hard? Why can't the stone yield easily?" His mentor replied, "Because what yields too easily breaks too quickly." The young man picked up his chisel again. Years later, his work stood in a great cathedral, enduring generations. Your life is being carved with that same precision. The sharp edges you feel now are shaping permanence. God isn't being hard on you. He's building something in you that will outlast pain. The Apostle Paul understood this paradox deeply. He spoke of pain not as an obstacle, but as a process, as recorded in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 8. "We are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair." Oh, those words hold power for anyone who has stood at the edge of surrender. They remind you that you can be pressed and still preserved, wounded and still whole, shaken yet still chosen. The breaking doesn't end your story, it reveals your foundation. Think of how a sunrise begins, the darkest hour, the stillness before dawn, the cold just before warmth returns. That's what breakthrough feels like. You are standing in the darkness before your dawn. Don't mistake the silence for abandonment. It's the moment when heaven prepares the horizon. When glass breaks, it cannot return to its former shape. Likewise, after this season, you will never be the same, and that's the point. You're being remade into something stronger, wiser, more compassionate. The version of you that will emerge on the other side is the one heaven saw all along. Sometimes, the breaking is also the moment heaven breaks through you, through your pride, your plans, your fears, to let the divine light finally shine from within. The cracks become conduits of glory. There's a Japanese art called kintsugi, where broken pottery is repaired using gold. Instead of hiding the fractures, artists highlight them, turning damage into beauty. The vessel becomes more valuable because it was broken. That's what God is doing with you. The cracks of your story are being filled with the gold of grace. One day, when others see you, they won't see your scars as shame. They'll see them as the proof of divine craftsmanship. Breaking seasons also reveal what you truly trust. When everything else falls apart, you discover that faith was never built on outcomes, but on relationship. You stop praying only for escape and start praying for endurance. You stop asking, "Why me?" and begin to ask, "What are you forming in me?" And the moment you surrender that question, something shifts. Peace enters where panic once ruled. Hope replaces exhaustion. The breaking becomes birthing. You may not feel strong right now, but heaven is not measuring your worth by how steady you stand. It's measuring it by how deeply you trust. So, if you find yourself trembling, remember this truth. The shaking always comes before the solidifying. The soil breaks before the sprout appears. The night deepens before the light returns. You are not being undone, you are being uncovered. The treasure within you is emerging, and the breaking was simply heaven's way of setting it free. Hold steady. Chosen one. The breaking point is not your end, it's your becoming. The storm has always been the chosen ground for revelation. It's loud, unpredictable, and frightening, yet somehow holy. When the winds rise and the thunder rolls, when everything stable begins to sway, that's when you learn to hear God in ways you never did before. The storm doesn't silence heaven, it amplifies it for those who know how to listen. You might not like the sound of storms, but they carry messages that calm skies never could. They strip away illusions of control. They remind you that no matter how advanced humanity becomes, one strong gust of divine power can still make the proud bow low. But the storm is never only destruction, it's often a disguised dialogue. When you stand in the middle of chaos, your senses heighten. Every flash of lightning exposes something hidden, truths you avoided, fears you buried, faith you forgot. The noise outside mirrors the conflict within. Yet amid all that noise, a smaller, truer sound begins to rise, the whisper of God. The prophet Elijah knew that sound. He once fled to a mountain, terrified and weary, begging for his life to end. There was an earthquake, a fire, and a violent wind. But God was not in any of them. Then came a still, small voice, a whisper that carried more weight than all the noise combined. That's how heaven often speaks, not to your ears, but to your essence. The storm clears the air until the only frequency left is His. In the writings of the first book of Kings, chapter 19, verse 12, we find these sacred words. After the fire came a gentle whisper. Those 6 words describe the paradox of divine communication. God can roar through creation, yet choose to speak through silence. The whisper doesn't demand attention, it invites it. It requires you to lean in, to quiet the chaos around you, to realize that the Creator is not shouting over the storm, but speaking within it. Every chosen one eventually faces such a season where heaven seems both near and distant, loud and silent, all at once. You pray and still feel uncertainty. You seek answers and meet mystery. But that mystery is not absence, it's invitation. God hides not to avoid you, but to draw you closer. Sometimes, what you call confusion is simply too much divine information arriving all at once. Your mind cannot translate it. So heaven waits until your heart is quiet enough to understand. Storms also have a purpose beyond revelation. They cleanse. Rain does what no human hand can do. It washes away dust, nourishes roots, and resets the landscape. Likewise, spiritual storms cleanse the clutter of your inner life. They rinse away dependence on what was temporary so you can see what's eternal. There's a kind of honesty that only comes after you've been soaked by a storm, when you've cried until no tears remain, when the thunder of disappointment has rolled over your life. You realize you don't need fancy words, just truth. And in that rawness, you discover that God was never offended by your questions. He was waiting for your honesty. One woman once said, "I used to pray perfectly, until pain taught me how to pray truthfully." That's what the storm does. It turns performance into prayer. It refines conversation into communion. If you listen closely during chaos, you'll find heaven saying not, "Be busy," but "Be still." Stillness is not inactivity, it's alignment. It's the soul remembering who is actually in control. The disciples learned this when their boat began to sink in a sudden storm. They panicked, believing death was near, while Jesus slept peacefully in the same boat. When they cried out, He stood, rebuked the wind, and said, "Peace, be still." The sea obeyed, because the storm outside had to submit to the calm within him. You carry that same potential. The authority of peace within you can silence storms around you. But first, you must learn to anchor that peace through trust. The next time chaos hits, Instead of asking, "Why is this happening?" try asking, "What are you revealing?" The question shifts everything. You stop seeing storms as interruptions and start seeing them as instruments. Some storms are sent to shake you out of complacency, others to separate you from what cannot stay attached. Every gust, every wave, every flash of lightning has a purpose. A sailor once said, "I learned to love storms because calm seas never taught me how to steer." Likewise, your spiritual navigation improves. With each tempest you survive, you begin to steer not by sight, but by sound, the inner voice of peace guiding you through waves that once terrified you. The most profound encounters often happen when everything else collapses. You meet God not only in sanctuaries, but also in sleepless nights. Not only in sunlight, but also in storms. His voice is clearest when your own finally grows quiet. Maybe you're standing in such a season now. The rain is heavy, the winds relentless, but listen not with fear, but with faith. The gentle whisper that once found Elijah in a cave is the same one that finds you now. It says, "I'm here. Don't be afraid. The storm will pass, but I will remain." And when it does pass, you'll notice something sacred. The air feels lighter, cleaner. The colors of your life seem sharper. You'll walk out of the storm carrying not fear, but familiarity. Familiarity with the one who never left your side. You'll realize that the storm didn't come to destroy you. It came to introduce you to peace on a deeper level. For when you learn to hear God's voice in the middle of chaos, no amount of noise will ever silence you again. After the storm, something begins to happen inside the chosen one. The noise fades. The sky clears. And for the first time in a long while, you can hear your own heartbeat again. It's slower now, calmer, steadier. You survived. The chaos that once seemed endless has passed. And in its place, there is quiet clarity. You start to notice the beauty in small things again. The warmth of sunlight on your skin. The sound of rain that no longer frightens you. The way peace feels, not like still water, but like a river, gentle, yet moving. You realize that survival has changed you. You're softer but stronger, humbler but wiser. You have been rebuilt from within. Heaven never wastes pain. What you went through has become oil thick, fragrant, precious. It can now be poured out to heal others. You've discovered something that cannot be taught in books or sermons, that faith is not loud, but steady. And with that realization comes a new call to give back what you've gained. It begins with sharing your light. Not everyone is ready to listen to sermons, but everyone needs hope. And your life itself has become a sermon. Now, your words, your actions, your presence, all of it speaks louder than any microphone ever could. Sometimes all it takes is a few words spoken in love, a message sent at the right moment, or a story shared honestly. When you do that, you're planting seeds, tiny sparks of hope that may one day grow into full-blown miracles in someone else's heart. That's what this space is about. These messages aren't built from noise. They're built from stories like yours, from brokenness that became beauty. Every time one is spoken, it's like lighting another candle in the dark. And every time someone listens, the circle of light grows wider. If these words have ever reached you at the right moment, if they've ever brought comfort or clarity when you needed it most, that's not coincidence, it's connection. This is how heaven multiplies healing. One listener, one heart, one act of kindness at a time. The sacred record in the book of Haggai, chapter 2, verse 9, declares, "The glory of this latter house shall be greater than the former, says the Lord of hosts. And in this place I will give peace." That verse carries a quiet promise. What comes next will be greater. Your story's next chapter will hold more peace, more purpose, more presence than what was before. And that same spirit extends to this space, this living altar of words. It's not built from stone, but from souls connecting across time and distance. If this message has touched you, let that peace move through you. Press like to acknowledge it, as if saying, "Yes, I receive this truth." Share it, because someone out there is standing in the rain you just walked through. Your share could be their umbrella. Subscribe if you want to stay near this flow of grace, not to follow a page, but to remain close to the voice that keeps reminding you that you're not alone. Each time you return, you add your light to the collective glow that drives out shadows. And if your spirit feels stirred to donate, do it freely, not out of duty. Think of it like feeding a flame in a lighthouse. Your contribution, however small, becomes fuel for the beacon that keeps guiding ships safely home. Every gift is sacred, because every drop of oil sustains light. The act of giving is not about money, it's about meaning. When you give, you're saying, "This message matters. Let it reach one more person." Heaven hears that. And finally, leave a comment, not for numbers, but for connection. Write what resonated with you, or how you've seen peace return after the storm. Your words might be the anchor that keeps another heart from drifting tonight. The beauty of this moment is that everything here remains voluntary, no pressure, no demand, just invitation. The same freedom that allows you to receive is the same freedom that allows you to give. And whether you give through like, share, subscribe, donate, or simply by being present, you are part of this story now. A story about light after storms, about peace after pain, and about love that keeps multiplying every time it's shared. The dawn has broken, the peace has returned, and the world feels different now, not because it changed, but because you did. You sit quietly for a moment, realizing how far you've come. The storm that once felt endless now feels distant, like thunder fading beyond the horizon. You breathe deeply, not in exhaustion, but in gratitude. The air tastes cleaner, holy. Somehow, in this silence, you sense a whisper. You made it, not because you fought harder than others, but because grace refused to let go of you. Every fall, every failure, every tear was carried in hands far stronger than yours. Heaven did not watch you break. It caught you as you fell. You understand now that peace isn't the absence of storms, it's the presence of purpose within them. What once scared you has now shaped you. You are no longer merely surviving, you are shining. Somewhere in the unseen, your growth has become a testimony. Angels, remember how you prayed when no one saw, how you gave, even when it hurt, how you chose faith instead of fear. The record of your endurance has been written in eternity. You look around and realize the light you carry now is not for decoration, it's direction. You've become a lantern for others still walking in the dark. Your peace is a map. Your story is a bridge. And as you move forward, remember this simple truth. Nothing you give in love ever returns empty. Every word, every act, every offering becomes a seed, and heaven is faithful to make it bloom in its perfect time. There is a sacred quietness that follows revelation. After the storm, after the healing, after the surrender, there comes a silence unlike any other. It is not the silence of emptiness, but of fullness, like the hush that fills a temple after the choir has finished singing. You stand there, surrounded by invisible glory, and realize that heaven is near. This silence is not absence, it is arrival. It is the moment when God's presence settles into the spaces that pain once occupied. You don't have to strive to feel Him anymore, you simply know He's there. Peace has become the atmosphere. This is the space of abiding, not rushing, not chasing, just existing in harmony with the One who made you. The same God who calmed the storm now sits beside you in the stillness, teaching you the rhythm of rest. You've spent years learning how to fight, how to endure, how to keep walking through darkness. Now, heaven is teaching you how to stay, how to remain grounded in grace, even when everything around you shifts again. The book of John, chapter 15, verse 4, carries this truth with delicate power. Abide in me, and I in you, as the branch cannot bear fruit by itself unless it abides in the vine. Neither can you unless you abide in me. Those words reveal the mystery of maturity. Strength no longer comes from striving, but from staying connected. The branch doesn't struggle to produce fruit. It simply draws from the life within the vine. For a long time, you thought purpose meant constant motion. You equated progress with movement and silence with stagnation. But now you see that spiritual growth often happens in stillness, in the slow, steady deepening of roots that no one can see. You are learning to live differently now, not by effort, but by alignment, not by panic, but by peace. Each day begins not with anxiety about what needs to be done, but with gratitude that you are already enough, already connected, already loved. There's a story about a fisherman who spent his whole life chasing the biggest catch. Every morning, he set out before dawn, casting nets farther and farther into the sea. One day, after years of exhaustion, he sat on the shore, too tired to continue. That's when he noticed hundreds of small fish gathering right at his feet, something he had never seen before. He realized the miracle had been near all along. He had just been too restless to see it. That's how it is when you finally learn to abide. What you were chasing begins to find you. The favor you sought in distant places starts to flow where you already stand. Because peace, not pursuit, is the true magnet of divine presence. Abiding doesn't mean doing nothing. It means doing everything with awareness. You still work, still create, still love, but from a place of overflow instead of emptiness. Your actions become extensions of worship. Your conversations carry a quiet wisdom that doesn't need to prove itself. And it's here, in this steady rhythm, that you start to notice miracles differently. They're no longer just the big, dramatic interventions. They're hidden in ordinary grace. A conversation that restores hope. A door that opens without you forcing it. The soft courage that wakes with you every morning. You've entered the season of sustainable peace. It's not fragile or fleeting, it's rooted. The chaos that used to control you no longer dictates your mood. You walk slower, speak softer, love deeper. People begin to notice something different about you. They can sense the stillness that surrounds you like a shield. There's a word for this kind of transformation: abiding glory. It's not loud, but it lingers. It's not about performance, but presence. You become a living sanctuary, carrying peace into places where others only bring panic. Even your prayers change. You stop begging for answers and start enjoying communion. You talk to God not as a distant king, but as a close friend. The conversation never really ends. It just weaves through your day like music beneath everything else. And when difficulties arise again, and they will, you respond differently. You don't panic at the sight of another storm. You remember that peace is portable. You don't have to wait for calm seas to feel calm inside. The vine within you is unshaken, and its life still flows through your spirit. That's what abiding teaches you. Stability that isn't circumstantial. You no longer chase emotional highs or fear emotional lows. You live from a deeper place now, from the steady current of divine companionship. It's not that you've stopped dreaming, it's that you dream without desperation. You've learned that the future is safest in the hands of the one who already holds it. You begin to see time differently too. You're no longer haunted by hurry. You realize that heaven doesn't rush because perfection doesn't panic. Every promise unfolds at its own divine pace. The same patience that shaped creation now shapes your days. There is freedom in that kind of trust, the kind that allows you to breathe again, to enjoy small joys without guilt. You no longer measure your worth by productivity, you measure it by presence. You stop running from stillness and start running to it. And from this stillness, strength begins to flow again, quiet, consistent, unstoppable. Like rivers that carve through stone, peace begins to shape everything you touch. So, rest here a while longer. Let your soul remember what it feels like to be home, not in a place, but in a presence. The one who carried you through chaos now teaches you to live in calm. Abide, and know that you are exactly where you're meant to be. When you begin to live from a place of abiding, something sacred starts to unfold. Clarity, not the kind that answers every question, but the kind that steadies you even when questions remain. You no longer chase signs or scramble for proof. You begin to sense direction like a compass buried in your chest, always pointing toward peace. This is the season of divine understanding, where wisdom replaces worry. You start to see how the threads of your life, even the tangled ones, are weaving into something breathtaking. What once felt wasted now feels woven. You recognize that nothing was random. Not the delays, not the detours, not even the heartbreaks. Every moment carried meaning. In this stage of the journey, heaven shifts your focus from surviving to seeing. Your eyes begin to open, not outwardly, but inwardly. You discern patterns, divine timing, and hidden purposes that were invisible before. You look back at what you once called failure and realize it was formation. The prayers that went unanswered were actually the ones that protected you. The relationships that ended were doors heaven closed gently, not to punish you, but to preserve your peace. It is here that gratitude begins to bloom like wildflowers after rain. You no longer thank God only for what went right. You thank Him for what didn't. You start to see that even disappointment had divine fingerprints on it. In the ancient text of the book of Psalms, chapter 119, verse 71, we find this paradox of purpose in pain. It was good for me to be afflicted, so that I might learn your decrees. Men, Those words aren't about suffering for its own sake, they're about discovery. They reveal the sacred truth that pain teaches lessons, peace cannot. When life is easy, faith can grow lazy. But when you are pressed, your spiritual senses sharpen. You begin to hear what comfort once drowned out. Clarity doesn't always arrive as a shout. Sometimes it unfolds like dawn, slowly, softly, light creeping across the horizon until the world makes sense again. There's a story about an artist who painted only in shades of grey. Critics said his work lacked life, but he smiled and said, "Grey is where light learns to breathe." Later, he revealed that under each grey layer was gold, visible only when sunlight hit the canvas at a certain angle. That's how divine understanding works. In time, light hits your story from a new angle, and suddenly, the gold that was hidden beneath pain begins to shine. Understanding brings healing not just of wounds, but of perspective. You stop asking, "Why did this happen to me?" and start asking, "What did this teach me?" That question transforms bitterness into wisdom. It turns your past into a library of lessons instead of a museum of regret. You realize, too, that wisdom doesn't always speak in certainty. Sometimes, it simply gives peace where answers used to sit. True understanding doesn't erase mystery, it coexists with it. You no longer need to control every outcome because you trust that even the unknown is known by God. That realization frees you from fear. You stop fearing change because you know who orchestrates it. You stop fearing loss because you understand that nothing truly meant for you can be taken. You stop fearing delay because you see how heaven's timing has never been late, only precise. The more you understand, the more you forgive. You forgive yourself for the choices you made when you didn't yet know better. You forgive others for the pain they caused while they were still learning how to love. You even forgive the seasons that hurt you, recognizing now that they shaped the version of you that's finally free. This clarity also changes how you see others. Where you once saw enemies, you begin to see instruments. Where you saw rejection, you begin to see redirection. Heaven starts showing you how every connection, pleasant or painful, served a purpose in shaping your compassion. You no longer rush to judgment, because understanding has softened your vision. You can hold truth and grace in the same breath. You can see brokenness without condemnation, weakness without mockery, distance without bitterness. Wisdom gives you new language for life. You stop saying, "This is happening to me," and start saying, "This is happening for me." That one shift transforms frustration into faith. It turns chaos into choreography. And slowly, the person you were becomes unrecognizable. Your mind keats. Your heart steadies. You begin to walk with a kind of knowing that doesn't come from intellect, but from intimacy with God. You may not know the details of what's next, but you know the one who does, and that's enough. Understanding brings rest. You stop striving to figure everything out and start enjoying the mystery of partnership with heaven. You understand now that life was never meant to be perfectly planned, it was meant to be faithfully lived. Even your prayers evolve. They shift from "change my situation" to "change my perception." You start to ask not for comfort, but for clarity. And the more you ask, the more heaven answers, not in noise, but in knowing. One morning, you wake up and realize something remarkable. You're not anxious anymore. The questions haven't vanished, but their power over you has. You've learned to trust process over panic, You've learned that divine timing isn't delayed, it's deliberate. That is the gift of this season. Not everything makes sense, but everything makes something. Every thread, every trial, every tear has joined into the larger tapestry of purpose. Clarity has arrived, not as explanation, but as peace. You finally understand that you don't need to understand everything to keep walking forward. The path is clear enough for today, and that is more than enough. There are moments when understanding deepens into something greater revelation. It's not just insight that comforts, it's vision that transforms. Revelation is when heaven opens your eyes not only to what has been happening to you, but what has been forming within you. It's when you realize you are not just walking toward purpose, you've been carrying purpose all along. The air feels different in such moments. The world doesn't look new, but you see it differently. You start noticing divine patterns in ordinary places, a song lyric, a sunrise, a conversation that arrives at the exact time you needed it. Revelation shifts your lens from coincidence to coordination. You begin to live aware that everything is connected. Every breath, intentional. When revelation comes, it often feels electric. Your spirit recognizes truth before your mind can explain it. It's as though light pierces through layers of fog. And suddenly, what once confused you becomes clear. This is not imagination, it's illumination. But revelation always carries responsibility. Heaven does not reveal so you can boast. It reveals so you can build. What you receive must become something you release. God never pours light into you for storage. He pours it for reflection. The purpose of being filled is to overflow. That is why revelation often comes to the humble. The proud demand answers, the humble become vessels. When you approach life with open hands, heaven can entrust you with more. The sacred record in the book of Daniel, chapter 2, verse 22, proclaims, "He reveals deep and hidden things. He knows what lies in darkness, and light dwells with him." End of P. Those words echo through time, reminding you that divine light does not only expose darkness, it redeems it. God does not just show you what's wrong, He shows you what's possible. Revelation is not condemnation, it is invitation. It invites you to step into alignment with the truth heaven has unveiled. When revelation reaches your heart, it changes your language. You stop saying, "I can't believe this happened to me," and start saying, "I now see why this needed to happen for me." The same event looks different when viewed through heaven's perspective. Revelation also alters your posture. You no longer approach prayer as a transaction, but as transformation. You pray not to inform God of your situation, but to receive insight about His strategy. Heaven does not just want to remove your pain, it wants to repurpose it. Think of revelation as light striking a prism. The light itself doesn't change, but through the prism, it separates into colors that were always there but unseen. In the same way, God's truth has always surrounded you, but revelation allows you to perceive the full spectrum of His wisdom. Revelation transforms routine into reverence. The mundane becomes miraculous because you now see the hand of God where before you saw only habit. The same morning walk, the same song, the same quiet hour becomes holy ground once you realize heaven is hidden in the ordinary, and revelation brings courage. Once your eyes are opened, fear loses its power. You can't unsee truth. You can't return to blindness after light has touched you. That's why the enemy doesn't fear your effort. he fears your enlightenment. When you see truth, you become unstoppable. But remember, revelation is not a moment, it's a lifestyle. Heaven reveals layer by layer, not all at once, like climbing a mountain. Each step upward expands your view. What was invisible from the valley becomes obvious at the summit. There's a story about a man who lived beside a wall his whole life. Every day, he painted it, polished it, and admired it, thinking it was the edge of the world. One morning, while cleaning a crack, a stone loosened. He looked through and saw an entire landscape beyond rivers, trees, mountains. He fell to his knees and wept, realizing how small his world had been. That is revelation, seeing beyond the walls you built to survive. When God opens your eyes, you realize the limits you thought were real were only lessons. The barriers you feared were temporary scaffolds holding up your growth. Revelation doesn't make life easier, it makes life wider. You begin to live beyond old fears, beyond small thinking, beyond borrowed belief. Sometimes, revelation doesn't come in fire, but in fragments. It arrives through a sentence that lingers, a dream that won't fade, a nudge that keeps returning until you act. Pay attention to repetition. It's heaven's way of underlining what matters. And when that understanding settles deep in your spirit, there comes a moment of response, a need to anchor what you've seen. Let that response be simple, but sacred. Comment 333. The number 333 carries the rhythm of divine completion and revelation. It represents the trifold nature of truth, Father, Son, and Spirit in perfect harmony, light, understanding, and manifestation, moving together. When you type it, you are saying, I receive what heaven is revealing to me. I choose to see clearly. It's not superstition, it's symbolism. Every number in Scripture has a sound, and this one sings of revelation's fullness. When you write 333, you are agreeing with heaven's process. What was hidden is now being uncovered, and what was confusing is being clarified. Let it be your declaration that the fog is lifting, that you are stepping into alignment with divine vision. Revelation has arrived, and you are ready to walk in it. After you comment, take a moment to breathe in silence. Feel the peace that comes with divine sight. You are not guessing anymore. You are guided. You are not lost. You are led. Revelation changes everything. Not because it alters your circumstances, but because it changes how you see them. And once you see through heaven's eyes, nothing ordinary will ever feel ordinary again. When revelation settles, transformation begins. It doesn't happen in an instant, but in quiet, consistent shifts deep within your spirit. You begin to live differently, not because someone told you to change, but because truth has changed you. Once light enters, it rearranges everything. Transformation is heaven's slow artistry. It is not sudden brilliance, but sacred construction. God rebuilds your inner world piece by piece, carefully replacing the fragile with the firm, the fearful with the faithful. You start to recognize that you are not being improved, you are being remade. The transformation of a soul is like the metamorphosis of a butterfly. No one applauds the cocoon. It's dark, silent, heathen but necessary. Inside that stillness, wings are forming. In the same way, Heaven sometimes wraps you in silence, not to suffocate you, but to shape you. What feels like confinement is often creation. Transformation requiert surrender. You can't rush it, nor can you resist it. The caterpillar must dissolve completely before it can take flight. Every false identity, every defense mechanism, every layer of pride must melt away for your true design to emerge. It's the sacred unraveling of what you thought you were, so you can become who you were always meant to be. The Apostle Paul wrote with divine precision in the book of Romans, chapter 12, verse 2, "Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind, that you may discern what is the good, acceptable, and perfect will of God." That renewal is not merely mental, it's spiritual. It's the realignment of thought, the reconfiguration of desire, the resurrection of purpose. Your perception shifts from earthly logic to heavenly lens. You stop reacting and start responding. You stop striving and start flowing. One of the clearest signs of transformation is peace, where there used to be panic. When something that once would have broken you now only bends you, you know the metamorphosis has begun. The spirit within you has strengthened your resilience. You're no longer fragile, you're forged. Transformation also affects how you see others. You stop judging from appearance and start discerning from essence. You see pain in others, not as a threat, but as a reflection of what you've survived. Compassion becomes your default posture. You don't need to prove your growth. Your peace proves it for you. The process is never painless. You will grieve old versions of yourself, the one who tried too hard, feared too much, loved too little. But even in the grieving, there's gratitude. You thank the past for teaching you, and then you bless it as you let it go. There's a story about a silversmith who refines metal over a flame. He never leaves the fire unattended. He watches intently, removing impurities as they rise to the surface. When asked how he knows the silver is pure, he says, "When I can see my reflection in it." That's what God is doing in your transformation, refining you until His image shines clearly through your life. You begin to notice subtle miracles in yourself. The same situations that once triggered anxiety now draw out wisdom. The same people who once drained you now inspire intercession instead of irritation. The same fears that used to paralyze you now propel you into prayer. These shifts may seem small, but in heaven's eyes, they are monumental. Transformation is not about changing behavior, it's about changing nature. It's the difference between a snake shedding skin and a seed becoming a tree. One discards, the other is reborn. The Spirit doesn't just polish your surface, it plants a new core. Sometimes, others will not understand your evolution. They will try to speak to the version of you that no longer exists. Don't argue, just continue to walk in grace. The fruit will speak louder than explanation. There will be days when the process feels invisible, when it seems like you've made no progress at all. But growth often hides beneath repetition, like tides shaping cliffs. Transformation works quietly, yet relentlessly. Even on the days you feel stagnant, heaven is sculpting something permanent within you. The greatest evidence of change is not in what you do differently, but in who you are becoming. Transformation teaches you to live from identity, not insecurity. You no longer act holy. You are holy because His Spirit dwells within you. You no longer chase peace, you carry it. As your soul aligns with divine rhythm, everything else begins to synchronize. Opportunities flow naturally. Relationships refine themselves. The right doors open without striving. The right paths appear without panic. Transformation turns life into a dance, your movements guided by the music of grace. You start to see that the goal of faith was never perfection, but reflection. To mirror the character of heaven in human form, to become love embodied, peace manifested, truth in motion. And that reflection grows brighter every time you choose forgiveness over resentment, patience over impulse, prayer over panic. These daily choices are small, but they shape eternity. Even your relationship with yourself changes. You begin to speak gently to your own soul. You no longer scold yourself for slow progress. You celebrate persistence. You stop seeing healing as a destination and start recognizing it as a rhythm. You learn to live unhurried, unbothered, unafraid, not because the world has become safer, but because you have become stronger. You are no longer reacting to the chaos around you. You are radiating calm from within. And one day, you'll wake up and realize something extraordinary. You've become the person you used to pray to meet, the one with wisdom in their eyes, softness in their tone, and unshakable faith in their heart. You'll realize transformation wasn't about becoming someone else. It was about returning to who you were before the world told you to be afraid. This is what it means to be renewed to live as evidence that grace works, that light wins, that love never stops creating. You are not who you were. You are becoming who you were always meant to be. There's a certain glow that follows true transformation. It's quiet, gentle, and undeniable. You don't have to announce that you've changed. People can feel it. Your words carry more weight. Your silence speaks with more wisdom, and your presence itself begins to calm storms in others. You have become light without trying to shine, simply by being. When light finally takes root inside you, it begins to move outward. It touches those near you, softens their edges, and ignites courage where fear once lived. This is how heaven expands, not through noise, but through light multiplied in willing hearts. The power of your transformation is not meant to stay hidden. It's meant to ripple outward, like a stone dropped into still water. Each ripple represents someone who saw your strength, heard your story, or felt your kindness and decided to hope again. That's how faith spreads, not by force, but by flow. The flame that once burned alone in your chest begins to kindle others. You become part of something greater than yourself, a divine chain of light across generations. And when you live this way, gratitude becomes your natural language. You look at your life and realize how far grace has carried you. The fact that you're still standing, still breathing, still believing, it's a miracle wrapped in simplicity. You start to understand that gratitude isn't just a feeling, it's a way of seeing. Everything becomes a gift: the breath in your lungs, the lessons that shaped you, even the waiting that once frustrated you. The sacred record in the book of Philippians, chapter 4, verse 19, reminds you of this divine provision. And my God shall supply all your needs according to his riches in glory by Christ Jesus. That promise is not limited to material things. It covers peace for your mind, strength for your spirit, and guidance for your path. God's supply is never scarce. It simply flows through willing vessels. And sometimes you are that vessel. If this message, this journey, has stirred something in you, Let that gratitude flow outward. Press like if your heart resonates with the truth. Shared here not for applause, but as an act of acknowledgement. A simple like is like lighting a small candle, signaling, I see this light, and I honor it. And share it with someone who might need it today. You never know whose heart is hanging by a thread, waiting for a word that could lift them again. Sharing isn't about algorithms, it's about alignment. It's about becoming the messenger that heaven uses to reach another weary soul. Subscribe if you feel led to stay close to this flow of encouragement and revelation. Think of it not as joining a channel, but as staying connected to a living current of hope. Each message you receive isn't just information, it's impartation. A gentle reminder that you are not walking this path alone. And if your spirit feels moved to donate, let it come from joy, not pressure. Giving is not payment, it's participation. Imagine a river flowing through dry land, bringing life to everything it touches. When you give, you are adding water to that river. Your generosity becomes part of the current that allows these messages to reach further, flowing into places where hearts have grown dry and forgotten what love feels like. Your donation, whatever form it takes, whether time, prayer, or support, is not just support. It's seed. It's faith materialized. And heaven honors faith more than figures. Think of it this way. Every message here is a lamp. Every act of kindness, every moment of giving, is oil that keeps that lamp burning. You are not just an observer, you are a keeper of the flame. When you choose to give, even in the smallest way, you are helping light reach the corners of the world that algorithms cannot touch. The quiet homes, the lonely hearts, the hidden warriors. And if all you can give today is presence, your attention, your reflection, that too is holy. Because what makes this space powerful is not money, but meaning. The real offering has always been hearts gathered around hope. So, if you feel it in your soul, let gratitude take a small step outward. Like, share, subscribe, donate. Not because you must, but because you can. Because your light has met another light, and together they burn brighter. Your generosity, your engagement becomes the wings that carry this voice farther than it could ever go alone. The echo of every click, every word, every prayer travels into unseen places and awakens hope where silence once reigned. This isn't about building a platform, it's about building people. It's about keeping the conversation between heaven and earth alive through willing hearts like yours. And whether you give a word, a moment, or a resource, know this, it returns multiplied. Light never diminishes when shared. It doubles, triples, expands endlessly. You've come far on this journey. Every section has been another step upward, another layer of awakening. What began as words has become witness, a testimony that faith still grows, that light still wins, that love still builds bridges no storm can break. So take this moment, breathe deeply, and let gratitude flow for everything you've received, for everything you've survived, and for everything you are yet to become. Let your heart say quietly, I am thankful. I am part of this. And remember, whether you give, share, or simply stay, your presence is already a gift. When gratitude matures, it becomes service. You reach a point in your spiritual journey where you no longer live just to receive you. live to release. Your joy now comes not from what flows to you, but from what flows through you. That is the highest form of transformation, to become a vessel. Being a vessel means you've made peace with purpose. You no longer ask, "Why me?" Instead, you whisper, "Use me." You realize that everything you've endured has prepared you for this. Every scar, every silence, every storm. Heaven has refined you so you can carry light into dark places without losing your flame. It is a sacred calling, one that requires both courage and humility. You are not called to save the world, you are called to serve it. And in doing so, you reflect the heart of God more purely than ever before. When you serve from sincerity, even small acts carry eternal impact. A kind word, a moment of listening, a gentle prayer. These are seeds of eternity planted in passing moments. Heaven measures not the size of the act, but the size of the heart behind it. There's a verse that captures this mystery of divine service, recorded in the book of Galatians, chapter 5, verse 13. Serve one another humbly in love. It is simple, yet infinite in meaning. Service rooted in love is never wasted, even when unseen. Every time you pour into others, heaven pours into you. The more you give, the more you grow, not thinner, but deeper. Think of your life as a river. It's not meant to stagnate, it's meant to flow. The moment water stops moving, it loses clarity. The same is true for your soul. The life that keeps flowing through kindness, through giving, through compassion, remains fresh, clear, and alive. And when you serve, you don't just touch others, you heal parts of yourself. The act of giving releases what was once trapped inside you: empathy, wisdom, joy. The same hands that reach to help others find healing in the process. There's an old story of a lantern hanging in a mountain village. It was small and worn, its flame fragile. But every night, travelers found their way by its light. One day, a storm came and nearly extinguished it. A villager shielded it with his coat, saying, "This little light has guided us all. We must now protect it." That's what service does. It turns you into that lantern, steady and selfless, guiding others home even when the wind howls. Service doesn't mean grand gestures. It means daily devotion. It means showing up when no one claps, loving when it costs you comfort, forgiving when it costs you pride. It's the quiet work of heaven happening through human hands. The greatest servants of God are not always loud or visible. They're often the ones holding others up in silence, praying in secret, doing unseen work that moves eternity forward. When you choose to serve, you join a lineage of light-bearers stretching across centuries, people who decided that love was a language worth living. Every time you encourage someone, lift someone, or stand beside someone, you are continuing their work. You become part of an unbroken chain of grace. You might not see immediate results. Some people you help will never thank you. Some seeds you plant will bloom long after you're gone. But that's the beauty of divine service. It's eternal in effect, even when temporary in visibility. And here's the secret. Heaven wants you to know, when you serve others, you are actually serving your destiny. Every act of love creates alignment. Every gesture of compassion sharpens your purpose. Service doesn't distract you from your calling, it defines it. You are not meant to be a reservoir, you are meant to be a river. When you keep the flow moving, the source never runs dry. God continues to refill those who continue to pour. But remember, true service never comes from guilt, it comes from gratitude. You don't serve to earn love, you serve because you are loved. You don't give to be seen, you give because you've seen the goodness of God firsthand. Sometimes, your greatest offering isn't money or time, it's presence. It's being there, truly there, for someone who needs to know they're not alone. That moment when your words bring peace or your silence brings safety, that's ministry in motion. Service looks different for everyone. For some, it's caring for family. For others, it's creating art that uplifts. For some, it's praying for people who will never know your name. Whatever your way, know this: when it's done in love, heaven recognizes it. So today, take a small step. Serve in the way only you can. It doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to be pure. The light that flows from sincere hearts reaches farther than you can imagine. And now, to anchor this moment of reflection, write these words in faith. Comment, I will serve. So, 3 simple words, but they hold the power to shift your spirit. When you type them, you're not making a promise to the world. You're making a covenant with heaven. You're saying, I am available for divine use. I am ready to be a vessel of love. No, those words carry weight. They awaken purpose. They remind your soul why it was chosen to be hands that heal, a voice that comforts, a light that lasts. Let your service begin right where you are. You don't need a platform to shine. You just need a willing heart. And when you serve, remember, you are not losing yourself. You are finding the highest version of who you are. Service reshapes the soul. The more you pour, the more capacity you gain. What once felt impossible now feels natural. What once drained you now fills you. You realize that giving isn't depletion, it's divine circulation. The flow of love through you replenishes what it releases. As you serve, you begin to notice something subtle, yet sacred: joy. Not the shallow kind that depends on circumstances, but a steady joy that hums beneath everything you do. It's the joy of alignment, the feeling that your life finally fits the shape heaven designed for it. This joy cannot be fabricated. It comes only through surrender, only through the rhythm of divine exchange. You give, heaven fills. You release, heaven restores. You forgive, heaven fortifies. That is the sacred cycle of love motion, without exhaustion. Generosity without loss. When you live this way, joy becomes your quiet companion. It follows you, like sunlight follows morning. You start to laugh more freely, even during difficult days, because you now know that the hand guiding your life is trustworthy. The writings in the book of Psalms, chapter 16, verse 11, describe this kind of divine delight. You make known to me the path of life. In your presence there is fullness of joy, and at your right hand are pleasures forevermore. Joy doesn't come from possessions or success, it comes from proximity. You find joy not in what you have, but in who walks with you. Once you understand that, even storms can't steal it. The world often confuses happiness with joy. Happiness is the result of good events. Joy is the result of good roots. Happiness fades when situations shift. Joy endures because it is anchored in the unchanging nature of God. And that's why the chosen ones must learn the art of sustaining joy, because darkness fears it. Joy is rebellion against despair. It says, "Even here, even now, I will rejoice." And of joy is not denial of pain, it's defiance of it. It doesn't ignore suffering, it outshines it. It declares that love still wins, that hope still breathes, that heaven is still sovereign even when the world trembles. There was once a gardener who tended a small patch of land during a drought. Every morning, he watered his plants with what little he had. People mocked him, saying it was pointless. But months later, when rain returned, his garden bloomed first vibrant, alive. When asked why he hadn't quit, he said, "Joy kept me patient." That's what true joy does. It keeps you steady until fruit appears. This is the joy you're learning to live in now, not loud, not showy, but unshakable. It's the joy of knowing your steps are ordered. Your story is sacred. Your delays are divine. It's the joy that sings quietly when others only sigh. Joy also deepens gratitude. You stop waiting for extraordinary moments and begin seeing the extraordinary in ordinary ones. The morning light on your window becomes a blessing. The laughter of a friend feels like prayer. The stillness between tasks becomes a sanctuary. Every moment holds meaning when your heart is tuned to heaven's frequency. Even in solitude, joy sustains you. You begin to cherish your own company because you sense God's companionship in it. The silence that once felt lonely now feels alive, filled with whispers of peace. And this joy, unlike fleeting excitement, makes you resilient. You can endure hard seasons without becoming hard yourself. You can walk through shadows without losing your glow, because joy isn't an emotion, it's an inheritance. It's the steady flame that keeps burning when every other light goes out. This inner joy becomes contagious. People won't always understand it, but they'll feel it. They'll sense peace when you speak, calm when you enter a room. Your joy becomes a living testimony that faith still works. The most powerful thing about joy is its quiet authority. It doesn't need to convince anyone, it simply exists. And existence itself becomes evidence. The joy of the chosen one isn't loud laughter, it's quiet strength. It's knowing that even when tears fall, hope remains unbroken. Joy also teaches balance. You learn that it's okay to rest, to play, to create without pressure. You begin to enjoy life again, not as escape, but as expression. You stop feeling guilty for smiling during serious times because you understand that joy is not disrespect, it's reverence for life itself. This kind of joy also rebuilds your endurance. When faith feels heavy, joy lightens the load. When purpose feels demanding, joy makes it delightful. It's the oil that keeps your lamp burning during long nights. And when joy fills your heart, it naturally flows outward as compassion. You start wanting others to feel what you've discovered. You listen more, forgive faster, and help freely, because the heart that knows joy cannot remain indifferent, it overflows. Joy turns you into a mirror of heaven. People who cross your path encounter something they can't quite name, but desperately need. They call it peace, hope, or inspiration. But you know its real name, presence. And even when life tests you again, and it will, you'll face it differently. You'll smile through tears because you've tasted something deeper than comfort, communion. You'll know that nothing can separate you from the one who walks beside you, not even pain. There's a quiet power in that awareness. It's not arrogance, it's assurance. You no longer live chasing joy, you live from joy. It becomes the foundation beneath every step, the melody beneath every prayer, the light beneath every word. Joy doesn't remove your humanity, it redeems it. It lets you feel deeply, love bravely, and live fully. It allows you to see the divine hidden in daily life, reminding you that heaven is not far away, it's within reach, within breath, within you. So walk forward with that steady glow. Let joy be your armor, your song, your secret strength. Because the chosen one who walks in joy is unstoppable, not because life is easy, but because grace is enough. When joy becomes your foundation, peace becomes your posture. You stop reacting to life and start responding to it. You no longer move from panic but from purpose. Even when circumstances shake, something inside you remains still. That stillness isn't weakness, it's spiritual stability. It's the calm confidence of someone who knows who holds the world. Peace is not an accident, it's alignment. It's what happens when your inner world harmonizes with heaven's rhythm. It doesn't mean your life is quiet, it means your heart is. Peace doesn't require a perfect environment, it creates one. It's the invisible fortress built inside you through trust. In the book of Isaiah, chapter 26, verse 3, this truth is declared: you will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you. No, peace doesn't fall from the sky, it grows from trust. Every time you choose to release control, you make room for peace to dwell. It doesn't come from understanding, it comes from surrender. And once it takes root, it becomes the most powerful atmosphere you carry. When others see confusion, you see opportunity. When others panic, you pray. When others crumble, you remain composed, not because you're stronger, but because you're anchored. Anchored peace is different from temporary calm. Temporary calm depends on conditions. Anchored peace depends on conviction. It's the quiet assurance that no matter what storms come, you are grounded in something unshakable. To carry peace is to carry presence. You become a reflection of heaven on earth, a living sanctuary where weary hearts find rest. The atmosphere around you changes when your spirit is still. People begin to sense safety without knowing why. They lean closer, not to your words, but to your energy. They feel the stability you carry. Peace is heaven's fragrance. You can't fake it, it's recognized instantly. It's not about pretending that everything is fine, it's about knowing that everything is held. It's the realization that you're not the manager of the universe, you're the beloved of its maker. There was once a sailor who survived a great storm at sea. When asked how he remained calm while everyone else panicked, he said, "Because I've been through storms before. And everyone that threatened to drown me only taught me how to float." That's what peace does. It turns survival into skill. Every trial you've endured has taught you how to float in faith. Every disappointment trained your heart to breathe underwater. That's why you can face new challenges without collapsing. You've learned how to carry calm where chaos used to live. Peace also refines perception. You start seeing delays as direction, conflict as classroom, silence as sanctuary. What once frustrated you now fascinates you. You begin to trust timing, because you've seen how divine order works even in disorder. In peace, you become a patient gardener of your own destiny. You understand that growth takes time and that hurry only hinders harvest. You water your dreams with faith, not fear. You let them grow at heaven's pace, knowing that what's meant for you won't require manipulation. Peace gives you discernment. When your soul is still, you can hear clearly. The voice of God is rarely loud. It's precise, and only a quiet heart can catch it. When noise is silenced, wisdom surfaces. Peace also brings healing, not only emotional, but physical. Your body begins to mirror your spirit's calm. Your breath slows. Your mind softens. Your heart opens. Stress once stole your energy, but now serenity restores it. Peace becomes medicine for every part of you. You begin to understand that peace isn't passive, it's powerful. It's not the absence of conflict, it's the ability to remain grounded within it. It's what allows you to walk into tension and still bring light, instead of reacting with fear. People often think warriors are loud, but the strongest ones are silent. They fight battles in prayer, not panits. They conquer chaos not by shouting louder, but by standing still in faith. That's the posture of a chosen one, unmoved yet compassionate, firm yet gentle. Peace doesn't isolate you, it integrates you. You learn to engage with the world without absorbing its anxiety. You can sit in a storm and still hear birds sing because your soul is tuned to a different frequency. You live from within, not from without. Even when life surprises you with unexpected turns, peace reminds you that God never improvises. There are no accidents in divine orchestration, only arrangements you don't yet understand. The journey of peace also teaches boundaries. You stop trying to fix everyone. Stop carrying burdens that aren't yours. You realize that loving people doesn't mean losing yourself. It means trusting that God loves them too, and that His plan for them doesn't depend entirely on your involvement. Peace matures when you learn that some battles are best won by walking away, not in defeat, but in discernment. You stop fighting to be right and start fighting to stay kind. You stop proving points and start preserving peace. The more you walk in this truth, the more heaven entrusts you with responsibility, because only those anchored in peace can carry power safely. Authority without peace turns into arrogance, but authority with peace becomes healing. Your words start to carry weight not because they're loud, but because they come from stillness. When you speak, heaven echoes. When you move, heaven moves with you. That is the maturity of peace, to stand calm while others tremble, to trust when others doubt, to smile while the world shakes. You become a walking declaration that faith works, and as you continue to move forward in this calm confidence, you realize that peace is not a destination, it's a companion. It walks beside you through every valley, sits with you in every waiting room, and sleeps beside you in every storm. You no longer pray, "God, give me peace," because you finally understand He already did. Peace isn't something you ask for, it's someone you walk with. Peace eventually leads you to something deeper: purpose, renewed. You've walked through storms, grown through silence, learned through service, and rested in stillness. Now, a quiet boldness begins to rise inside you. You no longer chase purpose with anxiety, you walk in it with assurance. You understand now that purpose isn't something you find, it's something you become. It's not about striving for greatness, but about living with grace. Purpose isn't a destination, it's a rhythm, obedience, faith, and flow, working together like notes in a divine melody. You don't need to force what's meant for you, you simply align with it. When you've lived long enough under the guidance of peace, you realize that your calling was never about recognition. It was about revelation. You were not chosen to impress, you were chosen to impact. Your voice, your presence, your story. They're instruments in heaven's orchestra. Every moment you've endured has fine-tuned you. For this season, you've learned timing, patience, humility, and compassion. You've learned how to hold fire without burning others, how to carry truth without using it as a weapon, how to shine without blinding. You've become balanced, strong but soft, wise yet teachable, bold but surrendered. As the sacred text in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 29, verse 11, declares, "For I know the plans I have for you, says the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." Then, that promise is not just ancient, it's active. It's breathing over your life, even now. Heaven's plans have not been cancelled, only calibrated. What you thought was delay was actually design. Every closed door was a redirection. Every detour was preparation. Purpose doesn't begin when you're ready. It begins when you're willing. God isn't looking for perfection. He's looking for participation. The miracles written in your destiny are waiting for your yes. And that yes doesn't have to be loud. It just has to be real. Your purpose isn't measured by platform. It's measured by presence. It's the quiet influence that ripples outward through love, consistency, and authenticity. You don't have to change the whole world. You just have to change your corner of it. Think of a lighthouse. It doesn't chase ships. It simply shines. Its power is not in movement, but in steadfastness. That's what purpose looks like. It's steady light in unpredictable waves. Ships find their way not because the lighthouse shouts, but because it stands. You are that lighthouse. Every lesson, every scar, every moment of grace has turned you into a beacon for those still searching through fog. You don't have to preach to lead. Your life itself has become the message. When you wake each morning now, you no longer wonder, "What should I do?" Instead, you ask, "Who can I bless?" That's how purpose lives, in daily acts of love, in small decisions that shape eternity. Purpose is not grand gestures, it's faithful repetition. The mother who nurtures her child, the artist who paints from a pure heart, the worker who serves with integrity, the friend who listens without judgment, all of them are walking in divine purpose. And once you begin to walk this way, heaven multiplies your influence quietly. You start noticing people drawn to your peace, comforted by your calm, strengthened by your story. They may never say it, but your presence has become their safe place. Purpose doesn't exempt you from pain, but it redeems it. You start to see that even suffering has meaning when surrendered. What broke you becomes what builds others. What wounded you becomes what heals someone else. That's how God recycles pain into purpose. Nothing is wasted. You might not feel ready, but purpose rarely waits for readiness. It begins the moment you obey. The courage you're looking for will meet you mid-step, and as you move, you'll find that grace meets you faster than fear. This is the moment heaven's been preparing you for, not fame, but fulfillment. The spotlight was never the goal. The glow of obedience was. Purpose is peace in motion. It's the alignment of who you are with why you're here. When you walk in it, every step feels like a prayer. Every breath like worship. You start living intentionally, seeing beauty in ordinary things, finding meaning in mundane places. Purpose makes you magnetic. Opportunities begin to find you instead of you chasing them. The right doors open effortlessly because your energy now matches your assignment. What once required striving now flows naturally. It's in this flow that you understand a final, powerful truth. Your purpose is not about possession, it's about participation. You are part of a divine collaboration between heaven and earth, spirit and skin, eternity and now. And because of that, this moment deserves acknowledgement. Let's seal it together with a small but powerful act of agreement. Comment 999. Arles. The number 999 carries profound spiritual symbolism. It represents completion, fulfillment, and divine transition into higher purpose. It's the final note of one season and the first breath of the next. When you write it, you're declaring, I am stepping out of waiting and into walking. I am ready for the fullness of what heaven has written for me. Arles. The 999 reminds you that what has ended is not loss, it's closure. It signifies that your old cycle is complete, your preparation fulfilled, and your readiness affirmed. It is heaven's way of whispering, now is your time. No. So when you comment 999, see it as a prophetic act, a symbolic agreement that you accept your calling without hesitation or fear. You're not running anymore, you're rising. You're not guessing anymore, you're guided. This number doesn't predict your destiny, it proclaims it. It's not a superstition, it's a spiritual signature of surrender and strength. Now breathe deeply. Let peace settle. And walk forward with quiet confidence. The waiting season is over. The working season begins. You were not just saved, you were sent. When you finally step into your purpose, something sacred shifts. You no longer live from effort, but from flow. What once felt like striving now feels like breathing. You start to notice divine timing at work in everything, the right words arriving at the right moments, the right people crossing your path when you least expect it. You realize that purpose is not a race to win, it's a rhythm to keep. And as this rhythm settles into your life, gratitude deepens. You begin to see how every closed door protected you, how every delay refined you, and how every loss redirected you toward what was truly meant for you. Your story, once full of questions, now hums with quiet confidence. You no longer feel the need to chase recognition or validation. You understand that the applause of heaven is louder than any crowd. The work you do, the kindness you give, the faith you hold, the truth you share is all part of something bigger than visibility. It's about impact, not impression. There's a verse that captures this eternal truth, found in the book of Matthew, chapter 6, verse 21. For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. Those words don't speak just of money, they speak of meaning. What you treasure reveals what you trust. When your heart is invested in heaven's work, your treasure naturally follows. You give not out of guilt, but out of gratitude. You give because you've tasted goodness and want others to taste it too. That's why generosity isn't about the amount, it's about alignment. Every act of giving, whether large or small, is a reflection of your heart's direction. When you support what speaks to your spirit, you are participating in the flow of heaven itself. If these messages have brought peace to your nights, light to your days, or strength to your soul, let that gratitude find a small outward form. Press like, not for numbers, but as a gentle thank you to the divine for speaking into your life. Share this message if it stirs something deep within you. You never know whose heart might be waiting for the very words that found you tonight. Your share could be the bridge between despair and hope for someone else. Subscribe to stay connected to this well of encouragement. This ongoing conversation between faith and soul. Think of it as keeping your lamp trimmed and burning a place you can return to when you need warmth or direction. And if your heart feels moved to donate, let it be your choice, not your chore. Giving isn't an obligation, it's an overflow. It's like watering a tree whose shade you've enjoyed. You don't give to earn blessing, you give because you've already received it. Imagine a small candle lighting another candle. It doesn't lose its flame, but doubles the light. That's what your giving does. It fuels the glow that reaches hearts you may never meet, voices you may never hear, lives you may never know. Each offering, every small act of support, is a spark that keeps this mission alive. These words are more than sentences, they're seeds. And your generosity is the soil that allows them to take root across nations, screens, and souls. Maybe your contribution is financial. Maybe it's a prayer whispered in faith. Maybe it's sharing these words with someone in need. Whatever form it takes, know that it matters. Heaven doesn't weigh the size of the gift. It measures the sincerity of the giver. There's beauty in giving without pressure. The most powerful gifts are the ones offered in peace. When you give freely, you're saying to heaven, I trust your economy more than mine. You're participating in divine exchange, where every drop poured out returns as rain. And if today you can't give anything but attention, let that be enough. Your listening, your reflection, your time. It's all part of this sacred flow. Even your presence here is a kind of donation, the offering of your focus in a world full of distractions. So if your spirit stirs, if peace has met you through these words, let gratitude take one gentle step outward. Like, share, subscribe, donate. Not because you must, but because you choose to. Because you've recognized that this is not just content, it's connection. Every act of support, every moment of engagement, helps this light reach further. It's how heaven multiplies what starts small, like a drop that becomes a river, like a spark that becomes a flame. Your part, no matter how humble, keeps the fire burning. When you give, you're not only supporting a voice, you're building a refuge. You're ensuring that messages of faith, healing, and awakening continue to find those standing on the same edge you once stood on. And if you've ever felt seen, strengthened, or stirred through these words, then you already understand what your giving means. It's not payment. It's participation, your generosity, your engagement, and your faith are part of a divine equation that keeps grace in motion. Every click, every gift, every share is another ripple of light stretching across oceans, reaching souls who thought no one cared. So tonight, take a deep breath. Let peace settle. and ask your heart how it wants to respond. No pressure. No demand, just presence. And whatever your response is, know this, it's already enough. Because even your quiet yes, the one whispered between you and heaven, has power. This is how revival happens. Not through noise, but through willingness. One light at a time. One heart at a time. One act of love at a time. Thank you for being part of that light. For standing in faith. For choosing hope. For believing that love still wins. When you live with purpose, life stops being about survival. It becomes about significance. You wake each day not merely to exist, but to express something divine. Everything you do begins to carry weight, because everything you do comes from intention. You're not moving aimlessly anymore, you're moving anointed. This is where destiny begins to feel tangible. It's not just a concept, it's a current flowing through your daily steps. You find beauty in your work, meaning in your struggles, holiness in your routines. You begin to see that purpose isn't about doing more, it's about doing what matters most. And in this awareness, your spirit begins to rest, even while you move. The chosen ones don't rush, they resonate. You've stopped competing with others because you've realized that destiny is not a race. It's a relationship between you and heaven. There's a sacred verse that captures this rhythm perfectly. Written in the book of Colossians, chapter 3, verse 23. Whatever you do, work at it with all your heart, as working for the Lord, not for human masters. All. This verse reminds you that true significance doesn't come from applause, it comes from alignment. You no longer do things to be noticed, you do them because they are necessary. Every act of love, every moment of honesty, every word spoken with integrity becomes an offering. You start realizing that destiny is not waiting ahead, it's unfolding within. Every choice made in obedience becomes another thread in the divine tapestry of your life. And even when you can't see the full picture, you trust the weaver. Living with purpose also gives you perspective. You stop complaining about seasons of waiting and start appreciating them as seasons of preparation. You stop calling delays setbacks and start recognizing them as divine setups. Heaven's timing rarely matches your own, but it never misses. Purpose doesn't protect you from hardship, but it transforms how you handle it. You no longer crumble under pressure, you convert it into power. The same fire that used to frighten you now forges you. What once broke you now builds you. Every trial becomes a teacher. Every challenge becomes a chapter. You start reading your life differently, less like a series of random events, and more like a story. God is still writing, and when you live this way, peace follows. You become a person who no longer forces outcomes but flows with grace. You stop needing to control everything, because you've learned that control and calling rarely coexist. There's a quiet confidence that grows inside you. You don't have to prove that you're chosen anymore. You simply live like it. Your consistency becomes your confirmation. Your endurance becomes your evidence. Destiny also changes how you see success. You stop measuring it by what you accumulate and start measuring it by what you awaken. You understand now that legacy isn't about buildings or titles. It's about lives touched and hearts healed. You may never know the full impact of your obedience, but heaven does. Every kind word you speak, every time you forgive, every time you choose peace instead of pride, it's all recorded in eternal ink. One day, long after you've moved on, someone will tell a story about how your light changed their path. And you'll realize that purpose was never about personal achievement. It was about divine assignment. There's a story told about a violin maker in Italy who spent his entire life crafting instruments. He never played them himself, but he poured his soul into every curve of wood, every string, every soundboard. Years later, one of his violins ended up in the hands of a world-renowned musician, and its music moved thousands to tears. When asked how he could build something so perfect, the craftsman replied, "I build every violin as if it will one day play before the king." That's what living in purpose feels like. You do everything, even the smallest task, with sacred reverence. Because in the kingdom, nothing done in love is ever wasted. And yet, even in this divine rhythm, doubt will sometimes whisper. You'll wonder if what you're doing matters, if your efforts are enough. But heaven would remind you, purpose is not proven by results, it's proven by obedience. The outcome belongs to God. The offering belongs to you. When you live this truth, you start finding divine beauty, even in unfinished work. You realize that destiny is not a single event, it's a lifelong unfolding. You are always becoming, always learning, always aligning closer to the design God had in mind when He called your name. And right now, in this very moment, you're standing in another threshold of that unfolding. This is not the end of your story, it's another beginning. Let's seal this realization with a declaration. Comment, I rise higher. Land. 3 short words, but they carry spiritual power. When you write them, you're saying, I'm not staying in this level of fear, doubt, or hesitation. I'm stepping into the higher ground of purpose, clarity, and courage. Oh, to say, I rise higher, is not arrogance, it's acceptance of divine elevation. It's your soul agreeing with heaven's intention to take you further than before. It's not about superiority over others, it's about surrender to greater responsibility. You're declaring that the lessons of the past have become the launchpad of your future. You're acknowledging that the time of shrinking is over, and the time of soaring has come. Each word carries a movement. I, personal ownership. Rise, spiritual ascent. Higher alignment with destiny. Together, they create a vibration that calls heaven's momentum into your life. So, type it. Not as a ritual, but as revelation. Say it as both prayer and prophecy. I rise higher. On, and as you do, feel the weight lift. Feel the shift within. You are no longer just surviving your story, you are shaping it. Heaven is responding. The atmosphere is adjusting. The path ahead is clearing. The journey continues, but now, you walk in authority, not anxiety. You move with purpose, not panits. You rise not for recognition, but for realization. There is a quiet majesty in spiritual maturity. It isn't loud or boastful. It doesn't demand attention. It's the calm assurance of a soul that has walked through fire and come out as gold. You no longer need to prove who you are, you know. You no longer fear the darkness. You've learned to see in it. This stage of your journey is not about striving, it's about stewarding. You've been given much, wisdom born of wounds, grace gained from growth, peace carved out of pressure. Now, you live with a new kind of reverence. Every word feels sacred. Every breath feels borrowed. Every moment feels like a miracle. Maturity doesn't mean the absence of pain, it means the presence of perspective. You've learned that even unanswered prayers were answers in disguise. You no longer ask for an easier life, you ask for deeper roots. You've come to see that the storms weren't sent to destroy you, they were sent to reveal what could never be shaken. In the ancient writings of the book of James, chapter 1, verse 4, we find these words, "Let perseverance finish its work, so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything." And that is the heartbeat of spiritual growth. The trials didn't come to humiliate you, they came to complete you. Heaven has been polishing your faith like a diamond cut by resistance, refined by patience, revealed by light. This is the beauty of becoming. You no longer see pain as punishment, but as preparation. You look back at your wilderness seasons with gratitude instead of grief. What once felt like breaking now feels like birthing. You see how everything, every delay, every detour, every disappointment was choreography, not chaos. Maturity makes you gentle. You stop needing to control everything. You realize that trust is not weakness, it's worship. You can rest even when you don't have all the answers, because you've learned that the one who called you is faithful to complete what he began. Your prayers change again. They grow shorter, simpler, more sincere. You no longer feel the need to impress heaven with eloquence. Sometimes your entire prayer is a sigh, and even that, God understands. There's no performance left in you, only presence. Mature faith is quiet, but fierce. It doesn't panic when God is silent. It remembers that silence often precedes revelation. You've walked long enough to know that when heaven seems still, it's never empty. Even when you hear nothing, something is always moving. There's a story of an old olive tree on a rocky hill. Its branches were gnarled, its bark scarred by decades of storms. Yet every year, it bore fruit sweeter than any other tree in the valley. When a traveler asked the farmer why, the farmer said, "Because this one has roots deep enough to drink from hidden rivers." That's what spiritual maturity looks like. You've developed roots that reach where others can't see. You don't grow by running from storms. You grow by staying long enough to learn their language. You've learned that endurance isn't just about surviving seasons, it's about absorbing their wisdom. The greatest strength of a mature soul is restraint. You no longer rush to respond, react, or retaliate. You choose silence over shouting, peace over pride. You've learned that not every battle deserves your energy, and not every opinion deserves your response. Wisdom has softened you, not hardened you. You no longer use truth as a sword to wound, but as a balm to heal. You understand that power without compassion is just noise, but compassion with truth is transformation. And yet, this softness isn't fragility, it's power under control. A mature heart knows when to speak and when to stay still, when to move and when to wait. You've learned that discernment is more precious than speed. This stage of the journey teaches you how to walk lightly. You carry fewer grudges, fewer worries, fewer words. Your spirit has become lighter because you've learned what to release. You understand now that holding on to offense only clutters your hands for blessings meant to arrive. You also stop romanticizing busyness. You realize that rest is not laziness, it's trust. The soul that's at peace doesn't need to fill silence, it listens. You've become comfortable in the pause because you know that heaven often breathes between moments. And perhaps the most beautiful mark of maturity is humility. You know that everything good in your life is grace. You don't boast about your light. You simply let it shine. You don't compare paths. You bless them. You don't judge those behind you. You reach for them. True maturity also gives you a heart for restoration. You stop condemning the broken and start comforting them. You recognize your younger self in the eyes of those still wrestling, and you extend the same mercy that once rescued you. It's a quiet revolution. This evolution of the soul. You've outgrown ego, outlasted envy, outlived insecurity. You now walk in the rare strength of stillness. You no longer need to be right, you just need to be real. There's a serenity that comes when you finally stop fighting what's finished. You stop reopening doors heaven has closed. You stop rehearsing old battles that have already been won. You give up the need to explain your peace to those who haven't found theirs yet. This is the grace of growth. The moment you stop demanding clarity and start delighting in mystery, you understand that not knowing everything is not failure, it's faith. The same God who led you through the dark will guide you in the light. So you live lighter now. You love deeper. You move slower, but somehow further. You laugh easier because you no longer fear loss. You know now that everything that truly belongs to you will always find its way home. And through it all, one truth hums quietly within you, the same truth that has guided you through every storm and silence alike. What God starts, He finishes. You are not unfinished work, you are unfolding glory. There comes a time in every chosen one's journey when peace becomes prophecy. You no longer speak from pain, you speak from power. Every word that leaves your lips carries the fragrance of endurance, the authority of experience, and the tenderness of grace. You've become fluent in heaven's language because you've lived its lessons. This is the season of quiet authority, the kind that doesn't need to announce itself. You don't have to prove your anointing anymore. Your presence confirms it. The way you enter a room, the way you handle difficulty, the way you forgive these things speak louder than declarations. You are not the same person who once prayed for strength. You have become strength. In the book of Proverbs, chapter 16, verse 32, this timeless wisdom is written, better a patient person than a warrior, one with self-control than one who takes a city. Now, this verse turns the world's logic upside down. It reminds you that real power is not found in conquest, but in composure. The mightiest warrior is not the one who conquers enemies, but the one who conquers himself. The mature spirit knows that the battle worth fighting is within the war against fear, pride, impatience, and unbelief. And that's what you've been mastering all along. Every struggle you faced wasn't random. It was refining. Every delay taught you discipline. Every heartbreak taught you discernment. Heaven didn't just want to bless you, it wanted to build you. Now you carry a kind of stillness that confuses the unprepared. You're not shaken easily because you've already survived what should have destroyed you. There's a holy calm about you, the quiet confidence of someone who has nothing left to prove, but everything left to give. This calm is not detachment, it's depth. It's not indifference, it's intimacy with peace itself. You've learned that divine authority isn't loud, it's weighty. When you speak, people listen, not because of volume, but because of vibration. Your words resonate with the frequency of truth. This season of your life is no longer about reaction, it's about revelation. You've shifted from asking, why, to declaring, watch. You understand that everything God does through you is a continuation of what He has already done within you. You no longer wait for miracles, you are one. The world around you might still move in chaos, but your inner world moves in cadence with heaven. You walk slower now. But sûré. You don't rush opportunities because you understand that divine doors don't require force. They recognize presence. When it's time, they open on their own. This is what spiritual dominion looks like. Peace as power, patience as weapon, presence as influence. You no longer chase validation because you've been validated by divine purpose. The applause of people no longer fuels you. The whisper of God sustains you. There's a story told of a mountain climber who once reached the summit alone. When asked how he survived the cold, he said, "I stopped fighting the wind and started moving with it." That's what wisdom teaches you. Don't resist every opposition. Sometimes you use it to rise. You've learned how to turn adversity into alignment. What once offended you now instructs you. You can stand in the middle of misunderstanding and remain unmoved because you know who sent you and why you're here. And in that knowing, compassion grows. You no longer see people as threats or obstacles. You see them as mirrors, each one reflecting a part of your own process. Some remind you who you were. Others show you who you're becoming. Either way, everyone you meet becomes part of the story heaven is writing through you. That realization frees you from resentment. You no longer cling to what hurt you. You honor it for what it taught you. You stop labeling experiences as good or bad and start calling them necessary. You understand now that divine order doesn't always look like comfort. It often looks like correction. And because you've accepted that, peace no longer depends on circumstances. It depends on consciousness. You can stand in the middle of storms with a steady heart, knowing that your anchor holds. You've become unoffendable because you understand purpose can't be threatened by opinions. Your authority now comes from authenticity. You're no longer afraid of being misunderstood because you no longer need to be explained. You realize that light doesn't argue with darkness. It simply shines until shadows surrender. This level of maturity changes how you lead. You no longer push people. You guide them. You no longer demand attention. You draw it naturally. Your leadership isn't built on charisma, but on consistency. Those who walk near you feel covered, not controlled. They sense safety, not superiority. You've become a keeper of peace, a carrier of presence. Your silence holds weight. Your words bring calm. Your prayers move quietly, yet powerfully. The same voice that once trembled with questions now speaks with confidence born of communion. Even your relationship with God feels different now. You no longer chase after Him in panic. You walk with Him in partnership. The distance you once felt wasn't separation, it was preparation. Heaven was stretching your capacity for trust, training your soul to hear not just the words of God, but His tone. Now, when God speaks, you don't rush to act, you pause to align. You've learned that obedience without timing can still be disobedience. You wait for the rhythm of grace before you move, and because of that, your steps are guided, your actions effective. You live now as an instrument of divine rhythm, steady, subtle, surrendered. You don't need to be right, you need to be righteous. You don't need to know everything, you just need to know the one who does. And perhaps the most beautiful part of this stage is the freedom that comes with release. You don't hold things too tightly anymore, not even blessings. You understand that what's meant for you will remain, and what leaves was never yours to keep. This isn't loss, it's liberation. You can now bless both the coming and the going. You can weep and still worship. You can let go and still love. That is the final form of strength, not control, but peace. You have not arrived, you've ascended. And from this higher place, the world below looks different. You see now, not with fear, but with faith. You understand that the journey was never about arriving at heaven, but allowing heaven to arrive in you. When peace becomes your way of being, love becomes your way of seeing, everything starts to look different, not because the world has changed, but because your eyes have. You no longer see through the lenses of survival, fear, or scarcity. You look through the eyes of grace. And suddenly even pain has purpose. Even endings carry beauty. Love is not the softness the world imagines. It is strength in its most divine form. It's the power to stay kind in a cruel world, to keep your heart open after it's been broken, to give freely without measuring what comes back. This kind of love cannot be taught, it must be lived. You've walked through too much darkness to mistake love for weakness now. You know that real love requires endurance, patience, forgiveness, and courage. It isn't always gentle, it is sometimes fierce, sometimes silent, sometimes sacrificial. Love, when it is divine, is not sentimental, it is sacred. The Apostle wrote it perfectly in the first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 13, verse 7. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. This love is not just an emotion, it's a decision, a posture of the soul. It's choosing to see through heaven's eyes, even when your human heart wants to close. It's the highest form of spiritual maturity, to keep loving even when it costs you comfort. You've learned now that love is the currency of the kingdom. Every miracle flows through it. Every transformation begins with it. And every purpose finds its completion in it. Without love, even wisdom becomes noise, and power becomes dangerous. Love refines your motives. You stop doing good things to be seen, and start doing them because you see others. You stop asking what people can give you, and start asking what you can give to them. Your prayers shift from "bless me" to "use me." And as you live this way, something miraculous happens. You start recognizing God's reflection in faces you once overlooked. You see Him in the tired cashier, the crying stranger, the difficult friend. Every encounter becomes a chance to practice divine compassion. This is the essence of being chosen, not superiority, but service. Love becomes the atmosphere you carry into every space, a fragrance that reminds others of hope. You no longer need to preach it, you embody it. You've become a walking sanctuary, a safe space for weary souls. Love also makes you fearless. You stop guarding your heart with walls and start guarding it with wisdom. You understand that vulnerability isn't weakness, it's worship. When you choose to stay tender in a world that profits from bitterness, you are participating in divine rebellion. There's a story of a potter who created jars out of cracked clay. When asked why he used broken pieces instead of perfect ones, he smiled and said, "Because when the light shines through them, it glows more beautifully." That's how divine love works. It doesn't hide your scars, it uses them to shine through. The same wounds that once embarrassed you now carry light. The same past you once resented now carries redemption. Love transforms history into healing. It turns your pain into empathy, your loss into ministry. And the deeper you love, The less you fear, you stop needing guarantees and start walking by trust. You realize that not every person you love will stay, but every person you love will teach you something eternal. Love also simplifies you. You stop carrying unnecessary battles. You stop over-explaining yourself. You stop trying to convince others of your worth. Love makes you whole enough to let misunderstanding exist without bitterness. You become gentle with yourself too. You start forgiving the past versions of you that didn't know better. You treat yourself with the same kindness you've given everyone else. That's not arrogance, it's alignment. Heaven doesn't shame you for growing slowly. It celebrates that you're still growing. Love also teaches discernment. You learn that loving people doesn't mean tolerating everything. Sometimes love says, go. Sometimes love says, wait. Sometimes love says nothing at all. It knows when to hold and when to release. It always acts in truth. As your heart expands, so does your perception. You see the divine choreography in relationships that came and went. You recognize that some people were lessons, others were ladders, and a few were lifelong companions. But each one was necessary. Each one helped your soul evolve into the softness it now carries. The more you love, the less you resist life itself. You begin to trust every transition because you've learned that love doesn't end when something changes. It simply changes form. You can bless people as they leave because you know that nothing given in love is ever lost. Love turns loss into legacy. It teaches you that giving without attachment is freedom, that kindness without agenda is power, and that peace without possession is the purest form of victory. This kind of love doesn't grow overnight. It takes years of refining, seasons of silence, moments of breaking. But when it arrives, it stays. It becomes the undercurrent of everything you do. Love is what holds the chosen ones together when the world unravels. It's the reason they don't grow bitter, the reason they rise again after falling, the reason they shine even in shadow, because they know that love is not something they give, it's something they are. And in this knowing, you finally rest. You no longer chase, prove, or perform. You simply become. You live softly, speak truthfully, and walk faithfully. You realize that the greatest miracle is not changing the world, it's loving it while it's still imperfect. You are no longer the seeker, you are the source. The love you were searching for was never lost. It was waiting to awaken within you. And now that it has, nothing will ever look the same again. Because once love takes root in your spirit, everything, your words, your work, your waiting becomes worship. And that is the final revelation of the chosen ones. To love without fear, to live without defense, to give without limit. The journey has led you here to the quiet summit of understanding, where the noise of the world fades and only truth remains. It's not a moment of triumph, as the world defines it, but a moment of completion, a stillness that hums with holy satisfaction. You've walked through valleys and climbed unseen mountains, and now you stand at the place where revelation meets rest. You realize now that being chosen was never about status, it was about stewardship. It wasn't about being above others, it was about carrying light among them. You were never meant to be distant from the world, but deeply woven into it, shining quietly through the cracks where despair once lived. In the sacred text of the book of Hebrews, chapter 12, verse 1, it is written, "Let us run with endurance the race that is set before us." fixing our eyes on Jesus, the author and finisher of our faith. Those words no longer sound like a command, they sound like a memory, because you've been running this race faithfully, sometimes stumbling, sometimes crawling, but never stopping. And every step, even the uncertain ones, brought you here. Endurance. That has been the mark of your story. Not perfection, not power, not applause, but endurance. The quiet kind, the unseen kind, the type that kept moving forward when no one noticed, when nothing made sense. That's where heaven smiles the widest on those who refuse to quit, even when the finish line disappears in fog. Now that the fog has lifted, you can look back with new eyes. You see how every season fit together, the heartbreaks that deepened your compassion, the waiting that grew your patience, the prayers that taught you persistence. It all made sense in ways it never could while you were living it. You realized that faith was never about predicting outcomes. It was about trusting through unknowns. It wasn't about receiving answers, but remaining anchored, even when nothing worked. You stayed. You believed. You hoped, and that hope became holy ground beneath your feet. This final stretch of your story is not about striving anymore, it's about surrender. You no longer chase destiny. You let it unfold. You no longer demand understanding. You walk in wonder. You no longer ask for signs. You become one. There's a peace that comes only after the final, breaking a peace that doesn't need to prove itself because it has lived through too many storms to doubt its own strength. You are walking in that peace now. It's not the absence of difficulty, it's the awareness of divine nearness. You start noticing small miracles again, the warmth of light after rain, the way laughter sounds softer after pain, the way silence feels full instead of empty. The world hasn't changed, but your eyes have been healed. You no longer look for evidence of God, you see Him everywhere. This is what it means to arrive, not to stand above the struggle, but to stand within it unshaken, to live as evidence that faith still works, that grace still redeems, that light still wins. The mature chosen one doesn't need recognition to feel validated. You've discovered that heaven's well done is quieter but infinitely deeper than any applause. It comes as peace that lingers long after the world stops watching. There's a humility that settles in when you realize the story was never about your glory, it was about God's goodness. You were simply the vessel, the voice, the living letter written by grace itself. Every scar on your soul is now scripture in motion, proof that love never fails, not even when life does. And now, you carry that love as your legacy, not through fame or fortune, but through faithfulness, through the people you've touched, the hearts you've helped heal, the hope you've rekindled in places that once felt forgotten. That's the true victory, the quiet ripple that will continue long after you're gone. There's something sacred about endings. They make space for beginnings. And even now, as this chapter closes, you know it isn't final. It's just another doorway. Purpose doesn't end, it evolves. You are still being written, still being refined, still being revealed. You no longer fear what comes next because you've seen too much to doubt anymore. You've learned that even when the story goes silent, the author never stops writing. The pen is still moving. The ink of grace never dries. So you take one more breath, not heavy with exhaustion, but full of peace. You lift your eyes to the horizon, and for the first time, you don't see distance, you see destiny. You smile, Not because everything is perfect, but because you finally understand that perfection was never the goal. Presence was. The race continues, but your rhythm has changed. You walk lighter, love deeper, and rest easier. You are not striving anymore, you are shining. You are not waiting, you are witnessing. You are not the same, you are whole. And perhaps that's the truest mark of the chosen one, not the power to change everything, but the grace to stand in everything unchanged. You've become what heaven intended all along, a living reflection of peace, a carrier of light, a keeper of faith. Your journey has not ended, it has only ascended. You take one last look behind, not in regret, but in reverence. Every step, every scar, every silent prayer now feels like a verse in a song that heaven wrote just for you. You realize that nothing was wasted. Every pain had purpose. Every pause had preparation. Then you turn forward, and something in the air feels lighter. The horizon doesn't look distant anymore. It looks inviting. The journey ahead no longer intimidates you. It welcomes you, because the same grace that carried you here will carry you there. And as you walk, you whisper softly, not as a plea, but as a promise, I will keep going. The light you carry is steady now, unshakable, eternal. And now, as this final message settles into your spirit, take a deep breath. Feel how far you've come. This is not just the end of a script, it's a reflection of your own journey. You've walked through valleys of doubt, climbed mountains of faith, and stood beneath skies of revelation. You didn't just listen, you transformed. If these words have met you in a dark place, let them remind you, you were never alone there. Every moment, even the silent ones, was shaping something sacred inside you. You are not who you were when you began. You are stronger, softer, wiser, and more awake to the divine rhythm that carries you forward. And if this message has found a place in your heart, let it ripple outward. Press like as a small act of gratitude, not for the sake of numbers, but as a sign that light still speaks in your life. When you do, you're not just reacting, you're responding to what resonates with your spirit. If it has stirred something within you, share it. Somewhere out there, someone is standing on the edge of giving up, waiting for a single word that will remind them to hold on. You might not see their face, but heaven will see your kindness. That one simple share could be the bridge between despair and destiny for a soul you'll never meet. And if this space has become a place where your heart rests, where your faith grows, where your courage awakens, subscribe. Stay connected. Let these words continue to meet you where you are, to remind you of who you are. Think of it not as following a page, but as staying near a flame that keeps your light burning through long nights. And finally, if your heart feels led, if gratitude rises quietly as you read this, you can choose to donate. Not because you must, but because you want to. Giving here is not about obligation, it's about overflow. It's like watering a field that has already fed you, ensuring that others too may find nourishment in these words. Your donation, no matter how small, becomes a ripple of grace. It turns messages into movement, allowing these words to reach more hearts across borders, languages, and nights filled with tears. You are not just supporting content, you are sustaining connection. You're helping hope find a home in places you'll never see, but heaven surely will. If you can't give financially, give through presence. Every time you engage, comment, pray, or simply listen, you are already contributing to something sacred. It's your faithfulness, not your figures, that fuels this light. And as this message closes, remember this: you are part of something divine. You are not a spectator, you are a participant in heaven's unfolding story. Your light, your words, your presence matter more than you know. So breathe, believe, and keep shining. Like, share, comment, subscribe. Give not because you're told to, but because your spirit agrees with what has been spoken. This is your way of saying, yes, I receive this. Yes, I will carry it forward. And as you do, may peace follow you. May strength rise within you. May love lead you home. The message continues, not in these words, but in you.